one of these two teams could be out, this game means a lot to both of the teams on the field.
Yeah, in the case of Dunwoody, it's back-to-back trips to playoff. They want to make that a third straight. And when you look at the Chamblee side of this, if they could make the playoffs this year, and as you said, both teams sitting 3-2 in region play right now, it'd be third time in the last 4 years that Chamblee's made the postseason. You want to go back before Coach Swick got there, this was a team that wasn't even playing a region schedule. So it's been an amazing turnaround. This is a big rivalry game. And as both of you said, you're talking about major postseason implications for what's about to play out.
Yeah, I want to talk about the home team for a second because they lost 5 of their first 6, have won the last 2, only given up a total of 13 points in those 2 games. What's been working for the Bulldogs?
Well, they've certainly figured some stuff out on offense. Got an outstanding sophomore quarterback who I think folks are going to really like tonight. You've also got probably 6 receivers on this Chamblee team that have a chance to play college football. Some of those are names you'll recognize, including that of Edward Reed. That's the son of Ed Reed, a former Super Bowl champion in his own right, who is actually the offensive coordinator for this Chamblee team. So as they've been on a winning streak and putting themselves in contention for postseason play, it's been a lot of what they've done on offense that's allowed them to do that.
So this is not the first time this year that we've seen Dunwoody. We watched them lose a heartbreaker of the game in the Dave Hunter Corky Cal Classic. They've found some ground since then. I think what really stands out to me about Dunwoody is this is a team of all upperclassmen. Do you think that gives them an advantage tonight?
Listen, they've certainly been in a big setting. Playing on TV before, it gives you the advantage. You start playing in Mercedes-Benz and the Dave Hunter Corky Cal Classic, it kind of gives you that experience to be able to handle a situation like tonight. And when you look at an upper-class team, they're able to hold anything that happens to them early night. You look at those experienced guys, the bigger picture to me is a great opportunity to showcase your program and say, this is where we were week 1, and this is where we are now.
You mentioned sophomore quarterback Braden Doss earlier, a dual threat guy. You'll see that tonight. And on the other hand, you've got Jack Petraro, a junior for Dunwoody, super pass heavy. What do you anticipate out of this quarterback battle?
Well, I do think one of the things that Dunwoody's done well, you talk about their ability to throw it, but they've also found a lot of success on the ground, too. I think they've been pretty balanced as of late. You know, last year, more yards per game than any point in time in Dunwoody history. That's a program that's won a state championship if you want to go back to the 90s. But with Coach Schmitz at the helm, they've never been better offensively in program history than they've been right now. But I got to say this, we've done a lot of these all year long. This student section right here, this may be the best we've seen all year long. The passion, the energy, you can tell these Chamblee students, they're ready for this.
Yeah, I know they're a lot older than me, but they got pretty good ears, and you know when they're leaned in like this, it is so loud behind us. Shout out to Chamblee. We're just going to do one Rusty's recruit tonight. Give me one player on the field to watch.
You know, you look at a sophomore, and when you got a name like him, obviously you get a little more attention. This is 2028 athlete Jet Lewis. He is the son of former Baltimore Raven, former Tennessee Volunteer Jamal Lewis, who is a member of the Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame. I got a chance to meet him when he was an 8th grader. He started to come into his own. I really like a couple of kids on Chamblee. I love their sophomore quarterback. Excited to see Braden Doss tonight and see what he does. But a lot of sophomores versus a lot of upperclassmen tonight. Great opportunities for a lot. But obviously, Jet Lewis will have some extra eyes on him tonight for Chamblee.
Dude, with a name like Jet, you got to be good, right?
No doubt.
All right, guys, we've got a lot of special guests coming up, not just in the pregame show, but throughout the entire course of the game. So excited to talk to so many stars at the high school level. So we've got more coming up right after the break.
The drive for the GHSA state title is brought to you by GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com. Transform your future today.
Nothing is as pure and special as high school sports in the state of Georgia. And Score Atlanta is its #1 fan. High school sports are about families, kids chasing their dreams, communities supporting their teams year in and year out. And Score Atlanta wants to connect your brand with Georgia high school sports in ways that have never been available before. So let's talk about how you can reach millions of people who enjoy Georgia high school sports. For more information, contact Score Atlanta today.
Hey, is the power off on this?
I don't know. Just take it off.
Safety violation, unsafe work conditions.
In the construction trades unions, safety is our highest priority, and we train you to recognize and speak out on unsafe working conditions so that everyone arrives and goes home safely. Learn about careers in construction at GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com.
What happens after you graduate? Will you go to the next level? Will people have your back in the heat of battle? Will you still train like a champion in the pursuit of greatness? You will when you become an IBEW electrical worker. Join our team. Visit IBEW613.org.
You may know Tidal Wave Auto Spa as the world's greatest car wash, but did you know Tidal Wave also has the easiest fundraiser? So easy, our mascots think they can do anything, like making the big play on the big stage. Okay, maybe just a dream, but it is a super easy fundraiser. Just sell wash tickets and watch the money come in. If your flag football team, school, church, or group needs funds, go to TidalWaveAutospa.com and get started today.
All right, and welcome back to the Georgia High School Countdown to Kickoff presented by Duncan. I'm Kaylee Mansell with two of our inductees for the Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame. We've got Steve Wallace, a Chamblee graduate, and then we've got Harris Barton, who went to Dunwoody. Also,
DHS, let's go Wildcats.
I mean, you guys
Let's go, Dogs.
Y'all were teammates in the NFL. What's it like having this interaction with each other?
It's awesome. I mean, when you play with a guy for, 11 years, played on this field against him, with the Dunwoody Wildcats, it's just totally exciting to see him. I haven't seen his family in a little while. It's totally exciting.
Are you guys going to be talking a little smack tonight?
We talked a little smack. It's been 42 years since we played. Me and Steve, and he was that size. When he was 18 years old. Look at him. And then we played together for 49ers. I mean, it's so good to be back. So excited.
I'm going to get you guys to both brag on yourself for a second. We'll see who can one up the other. Tell me about your Chamblee legacy game. What was the best game that you ever played?
Oh, I played here against Columbia High School. Rory Gray's one of my great friends. We still friends to this day. He was being recruited by Ohio State, USC, and I had a heck of a day. Had 2.5 sacks and was really getting after Columbia that day.
All right, same question to you. Tell me about that legacy game.
We played Redan right here, and Kevin Butler was a quarterback for Redan High School, and he was also the kicker. And I came through the line of scrimmage, and I tackled Kevin Butler, and I blew out his knee. He could no longer play quarterback, so he went to Georgia and became a great kicker there. So that was my legacy. That's all I got.
Obviously, you guys are here because of what you did in high school. We're definitely going to talk about the Super Bowls, but I could not sleep tonight knowing I didn't ask you. You played for Auburn. What was it like blocking for Bo Jackson and playing for Pat Dye?
I mean, it was wonderful. When I went there, Coach Dye said, if you can hit for me, then you can play for me. And then having a chance to, after 9 years of losing to Alabama, and he pointed at me, he said, we're going right behind you, a 17-year-old freshman. We're going behind you, and the big back, Bo over the top. And now if you look up that picture, you'll see it is historical.
So I thought it was interesting to know that you initially came into college thinking you were going to play defensive line. They moved you over to the offensive line. What was that transition like for you?
Well, first, I was a great defensive lineman here in high school. And I got to college. The first day they said, hey, you know what? You're not a defensive lineman. You're now a center. So I played center my first 2 years in college, and then I played left tackle. And then when I got to the pros, I played right tackle opposite of Steve. But the transition was difficult, really hard. But you got to learn how to play the whole position all over again. So it's a lot different.
So both 3-time Super Bowl champs. I think you are the only guys I've ever personally talked to that can say that. That's a really big deal.
6 Super Bowls right here, baby. That's right. Hold on, I gotta add this part. This dude was a first rounder because he ran a 4.8. 4.8. That's moving for an offensive tackle.
It was a 4.79, Steve. I got to correct you. No, but we playing in the Super Bowl. That's a highlight of anybody's football career, and to play with a guy that you grew up with, and you played 11 years together. I mean, we played opposite. I mean, it's been so good to be with Steve and all the way out west, and then come all the way back here. The reunion's great.
So, I mean, clearly you can watch all the tape. You can watch the games on film. But what's something behind the scenes that we couldn't see? Maybe it was a huddle moment in one of those Super Bowls, a behind-the-scenes story that's really stuck with you about one of those games.
For me, I mean, for them to call me out before a Super Bowl game in 1994, that goes back a little ways. But for them to say Steve Wallace will be the cause, Phil Simms was the guy that said it. He will be the reason that the 49ers will lose here as an 18-point favorite. And I played against Leslie O'Neal, and I told myself one day at a time, one play at a time. Throughout we shut him out. 0 plus 0 is 0.
I know you've got one. I'm going to be nice. I'm going to let you talk to the booth about it. They're all invested into it. We're going to get to our picks in 1 second, but he bragged on you for being a first-round pick. The draft is done so differently now. Can you walk me through that night, getting the call? Did you have any idea that you were going to the 49ers?
No, I had no idea I was going to the 49ers. Stephen had been drafted the year before I was there, so the 49ers called me, and literally I had no idea I was going to be drafted by the 49ers. The Jets went before that, and then the 49ers came up, and they picked me, and sure enough, 2 days later, I was flying out west. I'd never been to California before. I walk into San Francisco. I mean, it was, as a first-round pick, it was crazy. It was crazy.
But coming from the state of Georgia, I mean, did you experience any culture shock going from Georgia to California?
Hell yeah! I mean, they had no grits, no sweet, no sweet tea. They got nothing out there.
No grits.
San Francisco's a lot different.
Right.
You sold me not to go to California. Big grits girl, love sweet tea. What we're going to do, though, we're going to make our picks. This is the first time that I've had a representative from both teams, so figured I'd just let you guys fight to the death right here in the middle of the table. Stand your ground for your team. Let's go.
I'll tell you now, this guy's been saying all day long, go Wildcats, and I gave a speech last night about competing on every single play, and the next play could be the most important play and the difference in the game. So I hope it works here tonight, and I'm going to predict, well, he's a good guy. He's a nice guy over here. That we win by 10, so 24-14. How about that?
What's your rebuttal?
Oh, I got to go with the Wildcats. I mean, we drove over here. I mean, it's a long way to Dunwoody from here. So they drove that 1 mile over here. They're excited. They came in on the school buses. They're the visiting team. Chamblee picked Dunwoody to be their homecoming victim. Hey, we're going to come in here. We're going to shock the world. We're going to win this game in a close one. It's going to be a field goal, 2017 Wildcats.
So I'm going to cheat this a little bit because you guys are big dudes. I'm not making a pick. I just hope everybody has fun tonight. We got to take a short break. Thank you guys so much for joining me. It's been a pleasure. Can't wait to see you guys tomorrow night. With that, we've got another guest when we come back from break.
Let's go Wildcats.
Good.
Well trained.
Oh, yeah, dude, that doesn't look good.
I know what to do. I'm going to castnetusa.com. I can apply in minutes, and if approved, I can have the money as soon as the same business day.
Go to cashnetusa.com to apply for the money you need.
This is a Peachtree Sports Network weather update, powered by Atlanta News First. Sponsored by Coolray.
I'm meteorologist Stella Dorsey. Happy Friday. It is going to be a cool night, but not cold like it's been the last several mornings. 45 in Macon, that's actually our cool spot. Low 50s from Columbus to Albany, low 50s from Savannah, almost 60 degrees down in Brunswick, mid 40s up in North Georgia. Tomorrow, beautiful, lots of sunshine, 80 degrees down in Albany. The rest of us will be somewhere in the 70s, so really nice. I want to talk to you about this weekend. Sunday is our next chance for substantial rain, which we desperately need. It looks like that rain will arrive in the late afternoon to the evening, and showers are likely to continue well into Monday. Monday morning looks very wet for your morning commute, and rain could continue for East Georgia into Tuesday. Overall, 1 to 2 inches of much needed rain.
Washington Media Scholars Foundation, empowering the next generation of professionals through scholarships, career opportunities, and industry connections. Compete for over $150,000 in scholarships and win an all-expenses-paid networking trip to Washington, D.C. Connect with leading companies in media, broadcasting, and digital communications. Enhance your skills and accelerate your career. Visit mediascholars.org and apply today.
You have to see it. You have to hear it. The action is clear. Every play, every tackle, every touchdown in breathtaking detail. Rich, vibrant colors that bring the field to life and sound so powerful you'll feel like you're in the stadium. And it's all free over the air now. Make your next TV a next-gen TV.
Visit AtlantaNewsFirst.com/nextgen to learn more.
Dangerous heat is the word from city leaders here.
Every day, all day, stream the stories that have you talking near and far.
As we make our way closer to the house, you can see the windows.
From hundreds of local reporters and meteorologists spanning the country.
Right now, rescue crews are continuing their search for survivors.
The free Local News Live streaming app. Search LNL on your TV, on your phone. Local News Live. Your nation, your neighborhood, Always streaming, always free. At Gray Digital Media, we help you leverage the power of Google and reach the right audience on YouTube with creative campaigns tailored to boost your views and your sales. Gray Digital Media. We know local.
And welcome back, everyone. It's now time for our guest picker presented by Pig and Chick. Tonight we have got Charles Major, who graduated here from Chamblee in 2005. He's here for his 20th high school reunion anniversary. That's so crazy. This is my first time actually coming to this stadium. Has it changed much since you played here?
It has not changed, not one
Not
bit.
at all?
I was just talking to the principal, and I recognize everything that we're looking at here right now, for sure.
So I live just a few minutes up the road from here. I've never had the opportunity to come here. Can you tell me what the football culture is like at Chamblee?
It's a very close culture. We were very tight-knit, for sure. We had some good guys on the team who ended up going. We had Travis Chambers. He played at Georgia Tech. There were some other guys, Clifton Dortch, he played at Furman. So I had some very big mentors who were that ended up going to bigger places after we graduated.
We're really nostalgic here tonight on our show with all of our Hall of Fame inductees. So I want to ask you about what's the one game that you look back on? What's that legacy game or that game that you'll never forget in your career here?
Chamblee, Dunwoody.
Really?
That's a game I will never forget. Between Chamblee and Dunwoody, that's number one. Number two, Northside. When we played Northside in 2005, and it was a game in the mud, rain. We were covered in mud from head to toe.
I know this game is so important to DeKalb County. Can you talk to me more about the rivalry and what it meant to you guys when you were here?
Well, for me, I went to Vanderlyn Elementary School, and then I also went to Peachtree Middle School. I was on track to go to Dunwoody High School, but there were some zoning changes, and we had to move to this side of town to go to Chamblee. So I ended up at Chamblee High School. So I had a lot of friends that were at Dunwoody during that time. So it was a very close-knit rivalry for us. Because I knew so many people at Dunwoody at the time.
So really quick before we do our picks, I know you mentioned that you played with a lot of talented guys, but who was the best guy you ever played against?
The best guy there, Thomas Brown.
Oh.
At Tucker.
Okay, I do know who that is.
Yes, he played at Georgia, yes.
All right, so what we're going to do, I will go ahead and make my pick. I didn't want to do it with the 2 6'7" guys standing right next to me. Usually my pick is not for sale. I initially was going to come in tonight and take Dunwoody just because they are a very experienced upperclassmen team. But being here at Chamblee, having the students behind us, just the atmosphere, talking to you, I feel like I got to switch the vote. I'm going with the Bulldogs
there we
tonight.
Go.
Shout
there
out
we
to
go.
my coworker, Cody Chapin. Talk about them all the time. So give me the Bulldogs. What you going to do?
Of course. Well, taking the Bulldogs, that's the best thing you could have done for yourself today. So
I like
go with
that. I spent most of my time covering the other Bulldogs. They haven't steered me that wrong, so it feels like the safe option here. Thank you so much for joining us. When we come back, we're going to hear from both coaches, so make sure to stay right where you're at.
You'll still have common days. Get caught in traffic during your commute. Overthink a text message. Get a song stuck in your head. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Vision. Commitment. When those become partnership, powerful things begin to happen. The path becomes clear. The work becomes reality. And your achievement becomes legacy. You deserve a partner that will take you there. You deserve Sportster.
You may know Tidal Wave Auto Spa as the world's greatest car wash, but did you know Tidal Wave also has the easiest fundraiser? So easy, our mascots think they can do anything, like making the big play on the big stage. Okay, maybe just a dream, but it is a super easy fundraiser. Just sell watch tickets and watch the money come in. If your flag football team, school, church, or group needs funds, go to TidalWaveAutospa.com and get started today.
Nothing is as pure and special as high school sports in the state of Georgia. And Score Atlanta is its #1 fan. High school sports are about families, kids chasing their dreams, communities supporting their teams year in and year out. And Score Atlanta wants to connect your brand with Georgia high school sports in ways that have never been available before. So let's talk about how you can reach millions of people who enjoy Georgia high school sports. For more information, contact Score Atlanta today.
I'm Matt Higdon with the Teamsters Local 728, and we're fired up to bring you the first quarter of tonight's game. For 75 years, we've been standing strong for Georgia's hardworking men and women. Now we're standing strong with you, the fans. Let's bring the noise and excitement and get ready for a great game of football in Georgia.
Live from Atlanta News First, this is the GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com drive for the GHSA state title.
Back to the Georgia High School countdown to kickoff. It's now time for our Kroger coaches interview. I'm joined by Dunwoody's Matthew Schmitz and Chamblee's Bob Swank. I actually had the opportunity to see you guys in Game 1 in the Dave Hunter Corky Kell Classic. You lost an absolute heartbreaker. Where do you feel like your team has grown the most since that Game 1 when we saw you?
I think we just solidified who we are. You know, I mean, that was Game 1, obviously, of a new season, but also of a new thing we're trying to do here with my first year as head coach. So I think that game really kind of let us solidify that we're doing what we want to do. You know, we're doing what we think we should be doing, and then we've been able to build on from there. So that's the biggest thing. I
feel like you guys are on a roll too. 2-game win streak, back-to-back games. You know, what do you feel like really worked for you guys in those 2 games, and how do you take that momentum with you tonight?
Well, a couple things. First of all, we have a new offensive coordinator. And it took a while to get the system in place, but I think the kids are starting to figure it out, starting to understand it. And then along with the offensive side of the ball, we didn't turn the ball over the last 2 weeks. So when we turn the ball over, we're not very good. And when we don't turn it over, we're pretty good.
You know, a lot of history in this game. It's very important to the people in DeKalb County. 28th all-time meeting. You know, what would you tell people at home about this rivalry and what it means to both schools?
Yeah, man, it's the real deal. You know, this is my 4th year here, and, you know, I've been blessed to be all around the country, you know, in football from growing up as a kid and not, and you know when something's real. And this is a real rivalry, and it's out of respect. It's cool. I mean, we're right across 285. Coach Swank's been a good resource to me since I got in the job. But, I mean, for people that don't know, this is a real deal. This is a real rivalry. So
you mentioned getting a new OC. You've also got a young quarterback in Braden Doss who's just shy of hitting 1,000 passing yards. I mean, as a sophomore, how have you seen him grow into this role as quarterback, not just on the field, but also, too, in that leadership role?
Well, he has in both places. He gets better every week. And that's, you know, he's starting to play games. He's only in 10th grade, so every week you're going to get better. And he is starting to earn the respect of his teammates and step up as leader.
I'm going to put you on the spot here. We've talked about it all night. You have a team that is full of upperclassmen. Do you have a young guy on your roster that we should keep an eye out for tonight?
I would say Duke White is a corner that's really stepped up for us. We had an injury with Chase Casey, one of our other corners, and that gave Duke a chance a couple weeks back, and he took it and ran with it. And that allowed us to kind of move other pieces on our defense to get who we think our best 11 is now. So that'd be the one I'd say.
Well, coaches, thank you so much for joining me. Best of luck to both of you. So excited that we get to be here for this rivalry game in this historic stadium. With that, we've got kickoff coming up soon, so I'm going to give it up to Brandon and Rusty.
Friday night's mean high school football in Georgia. Tonight, the drive for the GHSA state title, presented by GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com, brings us to North DeKalb Stadium in Chamblee, Georgia, with the Dunwoody Wildcats at 4-4 take on the Chamblee Bulldogs at 3-5. Brandon Adams, glad to have you here. Also happy to have Rusty Mansell with us. We love high school football in Georgia. We love Friday nights like this. But Rusty, this particular Friday night, even better than most, because coinciding with this terrific rivalry game where there's high stakes for a postseason berth potentially on the line here, it is also our Hall of Fame game as we have our next class of the Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame going in tomorrow. Many of those to be enshrined with us here tonight. We get the chance to celebrate their great careers.
Yeah, I'm sitting here tonight, man, and I walk up, and the first person I meet is Fabian Walker, one of the great all-time quarterbacks from America. And I'm like, dude, it is a pleasure to meet you. Harris Barton, we got so many people going to introduce, but we have so many Super Bowl champions. It's unbelievable here tonight.
And you mentioned what we saw with Harris Barton and Steve Wallace a moment ago. Obviously, a great tie with them to the San Francisco 49ers, but a cool part about why we're here tonight, the fact that they both represent one of these schools, with Steve Wallace going to Chamblee, Harris Barton going to Dunwoody, getting their chance to represent both their schools with Kaylee Mansell a moment ago, and really a part of, you know, every year in these first years of the Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame. Of course, the classes are incredibly distinguished. I think I might put what we're putting in this year almost up with anything we've had thus far.
I can tell you, Brandon, people ask me all the time, how do you determine? I can tell you this, 2 years from now, when we're sitting here on our 5th class, we will have a strong group there, too. It's just so many talented people in the state of Georgia, and we're having to, do different people every century, basically. I'm just excited about it.
We'll take a look at our coin toss here. You see Chamblee, normally blue and gold. They got some black tonight. Dunwoody all in white. Coin toss brought to you by Georgia Army National Guard. And, of course, we're also going to be watching this game here closely. 4-4, 3-5. Those are the records for the two teams. But what really matters here is the region record, because that's what postseason play is going to be determined on. Rusty, both these teams 3-2. They're essentially tied for 3rd place in the region here right now. So, obviously, would love to move up, but also wanting to secure that postseason spot here as the call is being made. We got high stakes postseason access potentially on the line here.
Yeah, when you have two teams this close, a lot of these kids probably play summer baseball and some of those sports in the offseason. They know each other. They understand this is one of those games you talk about all year. Who wins this game will have bragging rights for a year. So very underrated rivalry.
Dunwoody has won the toss, and they've deferred their choice to the second half, which means Chamblee will get the ball to begin the game here. And it's a really similar situation the second time this year we've had on Atlanta News First, Dunwoody on our airwaves. You go back to the beginning of the season with the Corky Kell Dave Hunter Classic as we see our game time weather here, brought to you by Inspired Landscape Solutions. An absolutely perfect fall night. We even had jackets on for the pregame show tonight.
My goodness.
We're showing 62 degrees. You don't get better fall weather than what we've had. We appreciate Inspired Landscape Solutions bringing that to us. But to finish the point that I was making, at the beginning of the year for the Corky Kell Dave Hunter Classic, Dunwoody got a rare privilege to play a very close geographic rival in St. Pius in Mercedes-Benz Stadium. St. Pius, Dunwoody don't play each other a lot. Got a chance to play in the big stadium there. It's a similar situation here. Now, two teams that play each other more frequently, but in this very populous part of the Atlanta area, only a couple of miles separates these two schools.
Yeah, you could tell pregame there was a little extra juice, and I saw Chamblee. We were on the other end when Chamblee came out, and they said, listen, we've been waiting on this one all year. Don't lose this opportunity tonight. And that was the players talking, so they understand on both sides of the field what type of rivalry this is, what type of game we expect tonight.
You see Dunwoody making their way out in the field. You know them as the Wildcats. You want to go back decades ago, formerly black and gold, changed to red and blue in the late 1980s. Chamblee making its way on the field, too. Of course, back in the 1990s, Dunwoody won a state championship. To give you an idea of how Georgia high school football used to be different than it is now, that at the time broke a long streak of South Georgia teams winning state championships. In the era we live in now, it's been a long string of Metro Atlanta teams winning state championships.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. The guy that played quarterback, Sunshine, remember the Titans, he played quarterback at Dunwoody High School, correct?
I believe that's right, yes.
Travis Stroud, former
That's
Georgia
exactly
Bulldog
right,
great.
yeah.
Rod Perriman, a lot of people on that Dunwoody group.
Of course, you see Dunwoody now with Matthew Schmitz, the first-year head coach. Obviously, this is a program that has been through a lot this year. And we'll talk about this throughout the night, the passing untimely of their former head coach, Mike Nash, who had left at the end of last season to take a job at Chattahoochee County, wanted to be a part of a building of that program, and very sadly, a story that you may have followed if you care about high school football in Georgia, passing away. We'll talk about the impact that's had on his former school and employer throughout the night here. Matthew Schmitz has told some great stories about Coach Nash and his memory of him throughout the week. We'll obviously talk about that.
Got Winston Jones, number 8, and Zeke Corrado, number 1, back deep for Chamblee here to take this kickoff.
You've also got Christian Lee, who's going to get us underway here. And with that, we are underway on our drive for the GHSA state title, presented by GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com. What we're calling our Hall of Fame game here for 2025. Kickoff comes back near the 20-yard line, but short of that. Going to scrimmage around about the 18.5 if you want to be specific. And that's our first chance to see Chamblee going to work here. And a really impressive freshman quarterback named Braden Doss, who is starting to get some college attention. And you see our starting lineups brought to you by R.S. Andrews. Doss, we're telling you about. Zeke Corrado, one of the return men, is also his running back. But Doss is a guy that's going to deliver the football today to a good handful of wide receivers. They'll probably play about 6. All of them have a chance to be college players, at the next level. Some of them are last names you'll recognize. We'll get into that. Also, make a note of this. It's 3 sophomores starting along the offensive line. Corrado going motion on the first snap of the game. He gets the jet sweep, and he fights his way up near the 25-yard line. So 6-yard gain for Zeke Corrado to get things going for the Bulldogs on offense.
Yeah, they go jet there and get a missed tackle. You get a chance to get a negative play, missed tackle early.
Dunwoody defensively, their starters brought to you by R.S. Andrews. You look around there, you see guys like Declan Gallagher from the free safety spot, 47 tackles for him on the season. Cole Camp, the nose man's had a good year.
Tried to run a little screen here to jet Lewis out in space. Ball a little underthrown there by Doss.
You got 110 tackles in between the two linebackers as well, Jake Greenfield and David Remegallo on the season thus far. Now looking at a 3rd down for Chamblee. Braden Doss going to be in an empty backfield. H-back on the left side, 2 receivers right. Doss looks that way, throws, pass caught, hit right away.
Man.
Nice tackle on that one by Duke White. Cornerback called into duty because of an injury to Chase Casey, but nonetheless it's going to be a 1st down for Chamblee.
Yep, it's a good call. So stick route, get to the sticks, turn around, but watch him close right here. Get the guy to the ground. Good job. But nice, efficient pass there early on. Get to the sticks. Move the chains.
You count the jet sweep on the first play as a reception, and you'll give Zeke Corrado now 2 for the game. 3 receivers left side. Corrado becomes a running back. Orbit motion here. Hand goes to Corrado, looking for a block. Hit right away. Maybe going to stretch for a yard or 2, but good job swarming the ball defensively by Dunwoody. That's going to bring up, 2nd about 8 coming up.
Number 43 there. I think that's David Remegallo. Yeah, nice play. Get to the ball. He got there. One of those linebackers attacking downhill, closing fast.
Sophomore quarterback surveys the situation. He'll take the snap. Pressure coming on him, and down he's going to go. Dropped on the play. Jack Abbott, senior defensive end, gets the sack.
Good job there getting upfield, creating negative. Just beats the block of the running back. Brings up a long, about 3rd and 14, Brandon. See what Chamblee dials up here. See if Dunwoody brings some pressure.
Empty backfield once again for Braden Doss. He's got 5 receivers. He's going to throw, looking deep. Got a man. Incomplete. Nice coverage to break that up. Antonio Farabee with the breakup. And that's going to make it 4th down.
I tell you what, a great play there by Farabee because he is beat. Watch him at the end of the play. This is a great ball by Doss. He's going to drop it over the shoulder. Watch Farabee at the end stick his hand in right there.
Yeah.
Great timing of that. Hard to do when your receivers got you stacked a little bit there. Nice play by the Dunwoody defensive back.
Winston Jones was the intended target, and it's a phrase we hear a lot these days, the notion of hand fighting for a defensive back.
Yes,
that's how you win a hand fight,
that's right? That's right.
Yeah, totally clean.
Yep.
But you want to get that ball in and just be stronger at the last minute. That's what he was able to do. That's going to send in Jalen Harris for a punt. A little bit of a rugby style and a low wobbly kick. Be careful with this thing. It's going to be like a pinball machine. Return man Chase Casey wisely gets out of the way. And with that, Dunwoody gets to stand defensively to begin the game. Wildcats will get the football when we return. Still no score, just underway on our Hall of Fame night on Atlanta News First.
Saving money is now more important than ever for seniors. But if you purchased a $9.95 guaranteed acceptance plan, you could easily find yourself overpaying for very little life insurance coverage. With the $9.95 rate, a 65-year-old male receives less than $900 in coverage. For $10,000 in coverage, he would pay over $110 a month with a 2-year waiting period. Fortunately, with Senior Life Insurance Company, he pays less than $58 a month for $10,000 in protection. There's no waiting period, no medical exam, and he saves over $600 a year by choosing Senior Life. A 65-year-old female saves over $400 a year. Don't overpay for your life insurance. Call now to see how much money you could save with Senior Life. We could help you get cash back from your current overpriced policy. Call now to lock in your coverage and low monthly rate. For your free quote, call now.
We are back. Still no score. Dunwoody Chamblee, 8:52 to go, first quarter play. Brandon Adams, Rusty Manziel drive for the GHSA state title tonight for us on Atlanta News First, presented by GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com. First chance to see Dunwoody on offense. Cam Arrestatorza on the carry there. That'll bring up second down on a nice gain coming up here. We'll see the offense. Corderero, the quarterback. Bradley Stevens, one of a couple of running backs we'll see a lot. Arrestatorza, who we just saw, they form a nice tandem. Jaden Gabriel, Coach Smits told us about earlier, a guy that has really come on for them at the wide receiver position here recently. In motion goes Louis Ryan, the tight end. They're going to follow him as a blocker. Up the middle, nice gain, 45-40. In the Bulldog territory, there goes Cam Arrestatorza.
Very patient run there for Dunwoody. Picked up a big yard, going to move the chains. They're right back on the ball. Watch him get in a hole here. Let his block set up, sees the gap, splits the defenders, and gets upfield north and south. Great job there by Dunwoody running back.
Making men miss in the process. Matthew Schmitz, the head coach in his first year, was the offensive coordinator last 2 seasons prior to his promotion. Corderero going to hand off again. They've had success up the middle. This time it's Bradley Stevens' turn. He got down to the 35, and he got about 5 yards.
Yeah, nice, easy run there. They'll take that all day. Sets up for Dunwoody to come right back on second down. Got a lot to run. Easy to run here at 2nd and 5.
We'll see our Chamblee starters on defense. One of the names you're going to recognize here is Jazz Lewis in the back end. That's Jamal Lewis' son, the former Baltimore Raven. You've also got an incredible player, William Tate, the defensive end. Already 14 tackles for loss on the season. He's come on strong as of late. Others that we'll tell you about throughout the night. Arrestatorza again on the carry. Down to the 28. Couple for him, but the important thing is enough for a first down.
Big time block there by number 55.
Yeah, Red Hepsprich. We're going to get a chance to speak to Harris Barton here in a minute. What a thrill that is.
Wow.
Going to be able to have him. One of the members going into our Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame. As you see Jaden Gabriel, we talked about him earlier. Gabriel had battled some health issues, back healthy again. And, man, making a big impact on this Dunwoody offense here right now. We'll see if we can get Harris Barton microphone taken care of here. We'll get ready to enjoy that here tonight as Harris gets ready to join us here. Of course, and we're in the red zone here, presented by Iron Workers Local 387. Harris happy to see his alma mater on the move here right now. Bradley Stevens on the carry. Going to find his way down to the 5-yard line. And then we got Harris situated and ready to go here. First of all, congratulations on your enshrinement into the Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame. What a proud honor it is for us to be able to share this night with you. And thank you so much for coming out to the game here tonight.
Oh, this is the coolest thing ever. You know, last time I was here was 42 years ago.
Oh, wow.
I actually played against Steve Wallace, who's another inductee in the High School Hall of Fame. He went to Chamblee, I went to Dunwoody, and here we are matched up again.
Well, I think it just speaks to as you see, another successful running play. Dunwoody's really found it on the ground. Iris Torres has been a big part of that. He had the carry right there. It just speaks to the great lineage of Georgia high school football. The U and Steve going to great success in the NFL, obviously with San Francisco 49ers, Super Bowl champions, and yet those roots still run deep in Georgia, do they not?
They still do. I mean, this is real football here, you know. Out in California, they don't play high school football like this. And, you know, what's the joke? There's 2 seasons. There's football season and there's spring football season.
That's right.
There's 2 things here in Georgia.
You see Bradley Stevens going to go around the outside. He's going to score a touchdown.
Dunwoody, come on, here we go.
Harris Barton loves this for his alma mater.
Right there, pretty good play.
Really got after him on that drive.
Good offensive line blocking right there. I got to tell you that.
It's a 0 FG energy drink touchdown as Dunwoody comes marching down. All of it on the ground, a pair of backs getting involved. A lot of it was Cam Aristorza, and then it was Bradley Stevens to put it in here, going around the outside, using a couple of blocks and getting the outside edge, showing off his quickness. 5th rushing touchdown of the season for Bradley Stevens. Christian Lee will send the point after touchdown through and good. And now it's 7-0. Tim Eccles-Fitzjohnson, our public service commissioners, they bring that to you. You'll see them on ballots in November. All right, we're going to take a quick timeout. We've got Harris Barton with us. We'll come back, talk more with him as Dunwoody leads here early on our drive for the GHSA state title. We'll be right back.
Man, you know how to do this? Man, I don't even know. I was flipping burgers last week.
Violation, unsportsmanlike conduct, impersonating a craftsman.
Skilled trade unions are well-trained career pros, not part-timers. Construction is a rewarding and lucrative career with the advancement potential, but you have to do it the right way with the right training. Learn how you can be a pro. Find your career at GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com.
For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital.
What sets us apart? At the Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office, we are guided by the mission to serve and protect through dedication, professionalism, active cooperation with the community, and respect for human dignity. Our core values, integrity, service, respect, and progress, are at the heart of everything we do. If you are ready to make a difference, join our law enforcement family. Start your career today with the Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office by applying at GoGCSO.com. Your future awaits.
Nobody wants to hear the word roaches because who wants to admit they have roaches?
I actually found some weird roaches. I didn't know what they were. I decided to choose Braid Up. I reached out to them. They check in routinely. They're explaining what they're doing. So there's a lot of clarity in the process as well. I think that just speaks to the level of safety that I feel with the organization.
The facts are, roaches are everywhere in our environment. So what are you doing to keep them out of your home?
Braid up, braid up. No need to be afraid of bugs.
The GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com drive for the GHSA state title is sponsored by Score Atlanta. Check out our brand new website at scoreatl.com. Georgia high school sports have never looked better. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 613. Electrify your career. Sports Turf. We pursue perfection because it's your legacy. And by Kroger. Enjoy free delivery, 2 times fuel points, streaming benefits, and more with Boost from Kroger.
Welcome back, everybody. Brandon Adams, Rusty Manziel. You also see a good look at the Dunwoody Wildcat mascot there. Certainly know he's happy right now. Dunwoody has the lead here. Kickoff brought to you by Legacy Structures. Christian Lee going to send it away. Will be into the end zone for a touchback. We're also happy to have Harris Barton joining us here as well. And, you know, Harris, I'm curious. You go on to great success in the NFL. You're an all-pro. People need to understand. Well, there may be a lot of folks that are Pro Bowl. In the all-pro, there's 2 per position for the entire league. So, really, I think for an individual player, about the highest honor you can receive. How do you think that Georgia high school football playing and growing up here in Dunwoody, how do you think it helped you become the football player you eventually became?
I mean, this is where I learned it all. I mean, this is where I learned how to pass block. This is where I learned how to run block. I mean, I had a great high school coach, a guy by the name of Ken Pettis, who came out of Furman. He was our coach. I mean, he changed my life, and everything I learned in high school about football, I mean, I took right into the pros and right into college. And so, I mean, this is the Dalai Lama of football. I mean, this high school football. This is where it's at. And, you know, there's no comparison, none.
Harrison, I don't want to bring up any bad memories, but I'm going to ask you this because I always like to think about, and you go back to everything you've been through, the Super Bowls and everything, North Carolina, All-American. What was that one high school game you lost that you still think, God, if I could have won that game?
It's funny. We lost to Redan here, and Kevin Butler was a kicker.
Is that right?
And he was a quarterback. He was a great quarterback. And literally, one of the last plays of the game, I broke through the line of scrimmage and tackled him as a quarterback and blew out his knee. Oh, right, but they ended up beating us. But that was the end of Kevin Butler's quarterbacking career. He went to Georgia as a kicker.
That's a fascinating
it's
story.
It's amazing that you can always remember that worst loss. That toughest loss in high school, you can always remember
still
it.
Calling back so many years, and of course, you know, so many great memories there at the San Francisco 49ers. I think one of the fun things that I certainly heard a lot about as I was, you know, becoming a big football fan is to see Braden Doss hand the ball off here on second down, trying to get Jacob Hawkins going. That's a tight end by trade.
Wow.
But they're giving some carries here right now. He's had a few of those thus far this year. Go back to the great Super Bowl. Obviously, you play with some of the greatest to ever do it. The famous game against Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah.
Joe Montana is a quarterback. Y'all in the huddle.
I love this one.
That was an era in which a lot of Super Bowls had been blowouts, but this was a close game where it was going to be decided in the fourth quarter. Joe Montana's cool as a cucumber, looks over the stands and recognizes a very famous actor of the time named John Candy. As you see, a big play here by Dunwoody in the backfield, although the running back, Carrata, going to shake free of that, but eventually be brought down. So Montana looks in the stands and recognizes John Candy, the famous actor of that time, and boy, just sort of speaks to. They called him Joe Cool back then. He was as cool as could be in those kind of moments. Right?
He was cool as could be. I mean, I was in the huddle. I was being a distraction. I was yelling and screaming about, "Hey, we got to get this going. We got to win this game. This is Super Bowl. We're embarrassing ourselves." And Joe, he looked at me and said, "Hey, Eretz, look down there." I go, "What?" He goes, "There's John Candy." And sure enough, there was John Candy, and Jerry Rice looked down there, and John Candy, and John Frank looked down there, Roger Craig. And then next thing you know, we're marching down the field. Touchdown.
So when you were in that era of your career, and obviously you're one of the greats to do it, Jerry Rice, you can make a case, is among the greatest players of all time, regardless of position. Joe Montana, I think, still compares favorably to some of the best quarterbacks of all time.
Sure.
How self-aware were you that you were not only having a fun career and you were obviously succeeding, but you were really participating on a team that would be remembered in the annals of football history? How aware of you were that in that moment?
You were aware. I was a small part of that cog and machine, but you were totally aware of what was going on. And you looked around our huddle, and you saw guys like Roger Craig, and you saw guys like Tom Rathman. And on defense, we had guys like Ronnie Lott and Michael Carter. We had some of the great, Charles Haley, one of the great pass rushers of all time. I mean, we knew that this was a team, and, you know, you just want to make sure that you did your job and that you didn't screw this thing up. And so me and Steve will tell you the same thing. Hey, we didn't want to be great. We just wanted to do our job and be part of that.
Can I ask one last question? Did you ever go against Lawrence Taylor?
I did go against Lawrence Taylor.
How was that?
That wasn't good. We played against a lot of great players, but Lawrence Taylor was one of those great guys.
Yeah. Another big carry for Ristorza there, and all of a sudden Dunwoody in action again and finding some things happening already into Bulldog territory here. Well, listen, Harris, we appreciate your time so much. We're so happy about celebrating tomorrow night with you, with your enshrinement of the Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame, but it's a special privilege to have you at the game tonight, to be able to talk to you here as a part of our broadcast. Thanks so much for your time, and just hope you enjoy the night.
Thank you, guys. It's great to be home. It's fun to see what you guys are doing here. This is really big time, and you know, anybody wants to know about high school football in Georgia, this is where it's at.
Harris, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Great stuff there.
Right.
Harris Barton going into the Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame ceremony, by the way, to take place at the College Football Hall of Fame tomorrow night. So if you'd like your tickets for that, you can still get them. You can check out Score Atlanta, scoreatl.com online, and you can get into that there. So just incredible stuff. an incredible start to the game for Dunwoody here right now. Two-back look for the Wildcats, already leading 7-0. And on a second down carry, more success for Bradley Stevens. Stevens got a touchdown already, and he gets down to the 40-yard line right there.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Dunwoody up front right now. Picking up easy yards right here. Your 3rd and 5. Got the run game going a little bit. Extra man in the box, but that time you see a little bit of penetration there. Able to run through a couple of arm tackles.
And by the way, speaking of great San Francisco 49ers and guys going to the Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame, we're about to be joined by Steve Wallace here as well. Steve, if you want to put that headset on, we'll get ready to talk to you here. As you see, Chamblee getting a nice stop there on a 3rd down play. And a flag coming too. Keep in mind the flags are pink in honor of breast cancer awareness, so that's going to play tricks with your eyes a bit, but that is not
offense
any kind of color problem with your television. By the way, first chance to see our officials here, brought to you by the Army ROTC. Bradford Fleming's our referee. Quinn Hutchins, Brandon Shelby, Alan Gales, Rashad Mincy, Mark Gresham, Irvin Seabrook, Lewis Kendall, and Shedrick Hobbs, all a part of that tonight. And Mr. Wallace, it is a pleasure to be able to talk to you. Obviously getting a chance to speak to Harris Barton a moment ago. Of course, you represent the San Francisco 49ers so well, too. And obviously the great lineage of Georgia high school football as well. So thanks for your time and thanks for being here tonight.
Absolutely. I mean, it's totally an honor for me to be a Chamblee High School graduate, for Auburn University, San Francisco 49ers to be inducted. I mean, for most linemen, you never get inducted for anything. The only thing they know you for is holding and
That's right.
jumping outside.
That's right. Well, I got a text today from a former teammate, Stacy Searles.
Oh, that's my dude.
He said, tell you 2 things. Hello, and don't be afraid to come to the lake.
Okay, absolutely. I mean, hey, you need to invite me over there to watch a practice, not for anything, but, I played with that guy for 2 years, and he's one of the best O-line coaches in the world. I've watched guys in the NFL the whole 9 yards, and just like the Alabama-Georgia game, both of those quarterbacks stay well protected, and that's hard to do.
Got Steve Wallace hanging out with us here right now on his way to the Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame tomorrow. He's got a Chamblee hat on tonight. That looks great. Obviously, Chamblee trying to get a defensive stand here against Dunwoody right now. And to go back, Steve, what you're saying a moment ago, as you're going to see a penalty coming on Dunwoody again here. They're going the wrong direction all of a sudden.
Offense.
When we first had the idea of the Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame, we started voting in the classes. And I know Rusty feels this way, and I think most of our folks who've been a part of the voting process feel that way too, is that we wanted to make sure we paid proper respect to the linemen. That was one of the things that I think is important. A lot of the former
It's hard
coaches,
to find the stats.
Exactly.
Because if you don't have any stats, you did your job.
Only thing I have is recovering a couple fumbles, knocking a guy out on the Falcons that was trying to pitch the ball back, and I snatched it out of his hand. But for most parts, we don't have stats.
Corderero makes a nice throw, but it's incomplete. And as you said, the pass intended for Jake Salas there. And as you said, for linemen, they don't, quite get the same level of attention. But it's one of the reasons why we've leaned on guys who did play on offensive and defensive line, coaches who understand that aspect of the game to make sure that, somebody like me probably fixates on the skill position guys, things like that. But let's make sure we get the full representation of what the game is, because Rusty, as long as he studied this, will tell you, it's the offensive and defensive lines in Georgia that have defined what's made high school football so great in this state.
Different here. Great high school coaching and the offense and defensive linemen.
And I want to add to that, tell that Stacy Searles to stop stealing all the linemen over there. Him and Kirby, they got it figured out. They get everybody.
Oh, man.
Jude Torjak going to punt for Dunwoody.
Well, Kirby will be there tomorrow night, so you can tell him yourself.
No fair catch called. Incredible speed on special teams to get down there. Nice play made by Andrew Ainsworth, the first man to get there and make a quick punt return tackle. No yardage gained on that.
Steve, same question I asked Harris. You go through all these things and you win these Super Bowls and you get all these accolades. There's still that one game that you lost in high school that wears on you. What would that game be with you?
That's the game playing against Columbia High School, and then all these scouts are here. I'm playing against Rory Graves, the great tackle that went to Ohio State.
Yep.
And then you get a chance to make a name for yourself. And I played well, 2.5 sacks that day, and got after their quarterback. Chamblee won. and that put me on the map.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I got to ask you about this because you mentioned, you play at Chamblee, you end up, after your career at Auburn, you go to the San Francisco 49ers, and we got a lot of folks, as you see the pass complete there to Corrado, just trying to make something out of it. But Dunwoody, man, really flying to the football here right now. But while you're in the NFL, the San Francisco 49ers, a lot of our younger folks watching right now don't realize that you want to go back to the 1980s, the 1990s. Atlanta was in the NFC West with San Francisco and the Rams, and the Saints were in there too. And boy, you want to talk about brutalizing your hometown team.
Absolutely.
Y'all were hard on the Falcons.
I tell both of you guys, I made that put that in my mind that the Falcons didn't draft me.
That's right.
And I made it to the fourth round. Every time we went there, 17-4-1.
Rips my heart out.
And Harris feels the same way.
Rips my heart out.
You see a handoff there on second down, getting across the 15 up to the 16-yard line. That's going to make third down more manageable.
Yeah, he was a good running back.
He went in the first class.
I have to hear from him and another guy, McIntyre, those darn dogs. But I love him, though.
Yep.
So when you think about, Guy and Keith both went to Georgia. You're obviously an Auburn guy. How much of that was there in an NFL locker room where you're bragging about your high school career? Keith, obviously a great player up in the northwest part of the state, but then bragging about those college rivalries, what happened in those games. How much of that would have been going on?
It's there every week, like when one of the players, it doesn't matter where they came from, Alabama, whatever, you got a friendly bet on that, whether it's lunch, dinner, whatever. It's a bet every week.
No doubt.
Those guys need to know that we're watching them and we're rooting them on.
Well, Steve, we appreciate you being a part of this tonight, and we look forward to seeing you in Atlanta tomorrow for the Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame. First quarter comes to a close. Dunwoody's got a lead. We're off and running here on Friday night.
You love football. We get it. And Good Morning Football Overtime says, bring it on! You tell them, KB! As we break down the game from every player to every team with exclusive access on and off the field. So yeah, unleash your fandom.
Roar indeed.
Because football never stops.
Weekdays at 10 on Peachtree Sports Network.
With Life Alert, one touch of a button can get you help fast.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Don't worry, help is on the way. With any of Life Alert's 3 emergency systems, help can be summoned immediately, and batteries never need charging.
I was having a stroke, and I was scared to death.
If it weren't for Life Alert, I wouldn't be sitting here today.
Life Alert is a lifesaver.
My husband is alive because of Life Alert.
Life Alert is the lifesaver to keep me out of assisted living.
Life Alert saves a life every 11 minutes.
For a free Life Alert brochure, call 1-800-344-6363. That's 1-800-344-6363. Call now, 1-800-344-6363.
On behalf of the Georgia State Building Trades, we're excited to bring you the second quarter. Just like building a great football team, the State Building Trades build strong careers, even stronger communities. From apprenticeships to expert craftsmen, the Georgia State Building Trades keeps Georgia moving forward. On behalf of the Georgia State Building Trades.
Thank you so much, Kenny. Appreciate that. Welcome to second quarter action here. Brandon Adams, Rusty Manziel. We're live here at North DeKalb Stadium where Dunwoody's got a 7-0 lead over Chamblee. How about two of the all-time greats to play at both Dunwoody and Chamblee? Joining us a moment ago, Steve Wallace and then Harris Barton before that.
Man, I mean, you're talking about multiple Super Bowl rings, one of the greatest teams of all time, and those two guys were protecting Joe Montana. Can you imagine now? You can hit Joe Montana back in the day.
Oh,
you can't touch a quarterback
Not anymore,
now.
No,
Joe Montana would play to his 50.
That's exactly right. Different back then, and the success, and you're with Bill Walsh, and then Walsh gives way to George Seifert, really redefining the game from a coaching standpoint too, and the innovations that took place then still live on today. As it's going to be a big throw down the sideline, incomplete, but Braden Doss had good arm strength on that, incomplete, intended for Kyle Oglesby that time.
We'll be joined by former Georgia Bulldog Knox Culpepper here in just a second, going in tomorrow night as well.
You're going to get a chance to say hello to Knox Culpepper. What a thrill that is to speak to Knox here right now. Obviously, Mr. Culpepper, first of all, welcome to our broadcast here tonight on Atlanta News First, but also congratulations on your enshrinement tomorrow. What a thrill that is, and boy, what an honor it is for us to get a chance to speak to you here tonight. As you're going to see Doss looking to throw, that's a pass caught, but going to be out of bounds. Yeah, so pass was caught, but not in bounds. It's incomplete. That'll bring up third down. So, Knox, congratulations, and boy, what a thrill this is for us to get a chance to speak to you tonight.
What an honor to be here. We really appreciate you guys having this event, and golly, what a class and what an honor it is to get to get inducted. So.
Yeah, Rusty and I were saying this earlier. We've obviously had a handful of these classes now. They've all been distinguished, but I think I'll put the star power, including yourself, of this year's class almost up against anything that we've had in our previous years of doing the Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame. When you look at the list, and we'll obviously be talking about it throughout the night, it is certainly a very august body of former players going into this Hall of Fame tomorrow, right?
No doubt. I mean, I'm more a fan than very, very honored and very humbled to be with this crew. So just it's a nice opportunity to get to.
What was your reaction when you found out? What was your reaction?
Incredible to be recognized like that. It really is. And then to look at the group that you get to play with or get to go in, it's a lot of fun.
We were talking about that class. Let's go ahead and just see some more of these names, give an idea of who all is going to go in. Harris Barton we just talked to, Keith Brooking, obviously people have great memories of his career, Isaiah Crowell, of course yourself, Robert Edwards, another former Georgia Bulldog, now the head coach of Washington County. How about the great Walt Clyde Frazier, we think of as a legendary New York Knick, but he's got a great career when it comes to Georgia high school football. Kirby Smart going in tomorrow. On and on you go. Fabian Walker, Steve Wallace, who we talked to, Coleman Rudolph, Lindsey Scott, Sterling Sharp, just an amazing list. And, of course, all of these celebrated tomorrow night. The ceremony is going to take place at the College Football Hall of Fame. And then when you look really, as you're going to see Doss throwing here again, that's a pass caught to Corrado, getting across the 25 up to the 26. A lot of the artifacts from this will also be housed at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, which I think looks great there right now. But, Knox, we do this, Rusty and I, because we love high school football. We love the impact that high school football has on the players that play it, whether they have great careers or just careers that were fun for them. What did high school football mean to you, and how do you still call back on that time as the man that you've obviously become?
It was one of the best times. I mean, I'm one of the weird guys that actually enjoy practicing and really look forward to getting out of class and having the opportunity to get on the field. I mean, to be able to play for love it and to be able to be around a group of people like that, it's just, you just have nothing but good memories. It was really one of the most enjoyable times.
Chamblee got to punt again and actually hit one of their men at around the 45-yard line. Actually going to say the 42, so that's going to be great field position for Dunwoody and a bad break for Chamblee. We'll see the replay again here of how this ends up hitting one of the would-be tacklers for Chamblee.
I'm not sure if that was blocked or not, but it hit the.
It's a low wobbly punt. Went off the back of one of the Chamblee players. Looked like that might have been Michael Nikolov who went off his back. We got Knox Culpepper here. We got Hall of Famers all over the place. We're having a great time celebrating high school football tonight here in Atlanta News First. So stay with us.
Dang, where you get this car?
You need to join the union.
The union?
Absolutely. You can get 10 of these.
Union construction workers earn the highest wages with the best benefits and the most protection in the construction industry. Find your career in construction. Go to GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com and start your future today.
Struggling with food insecurity can feel lonely, yet every community across America is affected by hunger, which is why our Kroger associates work together to rescue nutritious food that would otherwise go to waste in an effort to donate 3 billion meals by 2025. because we believe everyone should have access to fresh, delicious food. Join the Kroger Zero Hunger, Zero Waste Foundation to defeat hunger and eliminate food waste.
World-class training isn't just for leaders well on their way. It's for the ones just getting their footing. Seasoned pros learn through real-world experience. But so do young cadets. No other career path gives you leadership instruction that's so tested, so successful, so early. Decide to lead as an Army officer.
The Mechanical Trades Institute is an opportunity towards personal financial freedom through hands-on and rewarding work. Our school is completely free and gives apprentices the knowledge and skills required to gain access to a lifelong career path. Apprentices learn pipe fitting, plumbing, mechanical service, and welding. They earn money as they learn and graduate with no student debt. Start a career with the Mechanical Trades Institute and change your financial future.
We're back again for Georgia Elite Classic. Don't wait around. Nominations are open right now. That's what it takes to get in these games at GeorgiaEliteClassic.com. We're back in Rome, December 26th, 27th, and 28th. Girls flag, 7th grade, 8th grade, and high school games. Turn in your nominations right now, GeorgiaEliteClassic.com.
So good field position for Dunwoody here after the miscue on the punt by Chamblee a moment ago. Wildcats going back on offense. Orbit motion here for Stevens. Hand, though, goes up the middle. Brandon down, Trusty Manziel. Happy to have for another minute here Knox Culpepper as well. And while we have a chance, let's also check down in our set with Kaylee Manziel on what is a very busy night for us.
Thanks, Brandon. I've got Jerry Mays with me. He is returning from last year, was inducted in 2024. Thompson High School, 15-0, state title. You had 2,369 rushing yards in that state title season. What do you think your best skill set as a running back was?
Well, as a running back, there's a lot of skill sets, but I think my vision and my quickness, the combination of those two and having great instincts, and I think that just comes from watching a lot of football, playing a lot of football, and just being able to react to a lot of things. And as a running back, you have to have real good instincts, and I think that's part of my biggest strength.
When you think back to that state title year, apart from the state championship itself, what was the most important game on y'all's schedule to get there?
Well, after winning the region championship, I mean, we thought we were on cloud nine and so forth, and then we finally played our first South Georgia team, and Coach was telling us
it's different.
It is, and because he came from down there,
yeah,
and he was telling us, hey, you know, guys, these guys are good. They were 8-4 at the time, and we were 12-0, and we thought we were going to be able to go in there, go to Chris County, and just really be able to go in there and just win. And that was the game that that was the first time that we were scored on first all year.
Wow.
And that woke us up.
Humbling.
It really was. And we were able to come back and win that game. We won 13-7. And I think that was really the turning point right there for our season.
Well, we want to thank you so much for joining us tonight. Thanks for coming back and supporting our new Hall of Famers. With that, we've got the next play on the line, so we're going to give it back to Brandon and Rusty.
Thank you so much, Kaylee. Appreciate that. We're also in the red zone here. You can see the handoff to Stevens. He's going to try to cut left side, but going to be tackled right away. William Tate, defensive end, does a great job wrapping up. Also finishing up with Knox Culpepper, who's also going to the Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame tomorrow. And Knox, before we let you go, I had to ask, you know, one of the things I love are the great venues for high school football in Georgia. And for my money, there may not be a more picturesque scene in the state than Lovett Stadium, where obviously you played, nestled right there on the Chattahoochee River. It's almost like being at West Point or one of these famous college locations. You got the river flowing, the stadium right there next to it. It's about as pretty as it gets, right?
Well, you on the riverbank, I mean, and that is something you take for granted until you play around the state. We really had fortunate to have a really nice campus, and as you said, a setting on the Chattahoochee that's really tough to match.
Well, we're fortunate to have you with us here. Congratulations on your enshrinement. Can't wait to celebrate your induction tomorrow, but awesome. It's an incredible privilege to have you here tonight.
Thank you guys so much.
Knox Culpepper from Lovett High School, going to the Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame.
That brings
great
you back
former
right
dog
there.
as well.
Oh, my goodness.
Such an awesome thing. We're also going to have another special guest set to join us here, too. You're looking at a 1st and goal here right now. as we get ready to say hello to Fabian Walker, the pride of America's Georgia, the former Florida State Seminole, kind enough to join us here too. What a career he had, and an unbelievable conversation here as going to be a timeout called, 7:40 to go. Dunwoody has the lead, looking to add to that. First of all, Mr. Walker, it is a pleasure to have you here. We're thrilled about seeing you going to the Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame. We've got great memories of your career. And, man, it's an extra special joy to be able to celebrate this with you tonight. Obviously, so many of the previous Hall of Famers in our current class here tonight, enjoying some fellowship together, watching a great football game here, too. So thanks so much for sharing this with us here this evening.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me. It's truly an honor to be here tonight. Just a couple of years ago, I was on the other side coaching with Chamblee on this field and watching my son play for Chamblee High School. So it truly is a great moment to be here tonight.
And he's at Savannah State now, is that correct?
Yes, sir. He's the quarterback at Savannah State now.
That's an awesome thing. And, boy, you know, Rusty, I love seeing these names we recognize. And his first name's Fabian, too, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. You see these names we recognize, and you say, oh, I know that young man. His dad. We're in a fun era right now where a lot of these guys who we remember have their sons who are doing it right now, too.
I mean, I'm a Georgia high school football nerd. I mean, I remember everything about Fabian Walker, that America's team and that run, and obviously, you know, the talent they had and all those stats he had. But that's what makes the night special. Someone like Fabian Walker from America's Georgia, and you look at Harris Barton right here from Dunwoody. It shows you the depth of the state, the talent, and how we have impacted high school football, the collegiate level, and the NFL.
Call it a fullback dive almost for his Iristorza there. Gets something out of that. Second down and goal now coming up. And, you know, Fabian, obviously we're in the Atlanta area tonight, which is a great place for high school football. But there's something about these smaller town communities like America's. What does high school football mean to that part of the state?
Football in South Georgia, the small towns, means the absolute world, because that's all we know is competition, whether it's on the football field, basketball court, baseball, track and field, whatever it may be. We love the thrill of competing and just playing sports. That's all we look forward to on a Friday night.
Setting up a screen here. Going to be tackled right away. The pass is caught by Charlie Servillis. But good job defensively. Kyle Oglesby, the outside linebacker, one of the first to get there and wrap that up. Now a 3rd and goal coming up here for Dunwoody, trying to add to its lead. 6:34 to go, second quarter of play. And obviously, Fabian, you use the experience in America as you go on to Florida State. You're really coached by one of the legends in Bobby Bowden. How did your time here in the state of Georgia, at Americus in particular, how did that prepare you for what you experienced at Florida State, getting a chance to work with a guy in Coach Bowden that was so revered? As you see a handoff here, fighting for a second score, but a big hit. Going to stop him just short. Brock Ryan, the free safety, comes over and lays a massive blow.
That looked like America's Georgia right there.
That's a great tackle.
Let's watch that again.
Like
great stop on the goal line.
Stop right here immediately. Bam.
Nice, good stop.
Man.
Nice play.
That is immediate. Put the brakes on.
So Ryan comes over to kind of wrap him up, and it's actually Isaiah Cohen
Good job,
who
Isaiah.
probably had the big hit there.
Great play.
So Ryan was there, but Cohen's really the one that probably laid the big hit on that.
Yes.
Very good defensive play. That forces 4th down.
Try to make a decision here.
Matthew Schmitz is arguing that he may have made the pylon. I wonder if, to my eye, he didn't get there.
Let's see right here.
Let's see if he got there. The hit comes, contact there, hasn't crossed as of yet. And then I've got him going
short.
out of bounds right here. He is short.
Yeah.
About a yard short of the pylon. I have it. That's going to bring up 4th and goal. Fabian, what are you doing here? You going to go for it? Or you going to try for the field goal?
At this point, let's go for it. Let's go for it.
Hey, I'm always in favor of that. Matthew Schmitz is not happy. He thinks they got to the goal line, but he's not going to win that argument because there's no replay for him to appeal to.
And every angle we've seen, the official got that right. So there's a big 4th down here. Let's see.
So 4th and goal coming up here. Bradley Stevens has already scored a touchdown. He had the carry a moment ago that was stopped.
At some point, you got to just got to say, this is it. Look right here. The official's there.
No, too short.
Well, one official said touchdown. Okay.
Which, Rusty, the same thing happened to us last week at Langston Hughes, where there was some confusion. A hand went up. So in this particular case, what Schmitz is arguing is one of the officials did put hands up. We saw this last week at Langston Hughes, where when the two officials ran in, there was a little bit of a disagreement. It created huge confusion. Ultimately, in both cases, the hands up did not result in a touchdown.
So I see the argument from him now. Yeah. Now, what you say, but the right call was not a touchdown.
Right. So according to,
but I like the officials getting together and discussing that.
According to what we saw on replay, that was the right call. But Fabian, you know what it's like, and we'll see it again. These coaches, man, it's competitive here, and you know what it's like to be coaching too. You obviously want to get every yard and every point you can get, right?
Absolutely, especially like you say, when one official saying touchdown and another one saying not a touchdown. So I can understand the coach being upset right here at this moment.
Fabian, let's. I'm coming in peace for this, okay? Obviously, a state championship game with Washington County, and the amount of talent on that field. I know it's a tough loss, but talk about that experience and what that was like, and kind of how you deal with those things afterwards, because that's a tough loss. But obviously, the amount of talent on Washington County and Americus, Georgia that night match up with any classification ever.
That's probably one of the greatest games I've been a part of my entire life, because, like you said, they were number one. I think we were number two at the time, so it was so much talent on that field.
Yeah.
And for us to get up ahead of them 21-0 at halftime in the third quarter, and Terrence Edwards to lead them guys back to victory.
I've got to sit apart tomorrow night.
Yeah, we got to sit apart tomorrow.
Parents to sit on the other side.
Keep them apart.
Absolutely.
All right,
fourth down. They are going to go for it.
Big spread up top.
Going to hand the ball up the middle, and for the second time tonight, Bradley Stevens has scored a touchdown, and Dunwoody is going to add to its lead. 0 FG Energy Drink touchdown.
Like the play call there. Trust your offensive line. They go spread out, two guys wide as far as you can get, and just hit the crease there for an easy touchdown. And I like that because the officials got the call right the play before, and then they earned a touchdown right there, so it's a win-win for everybody.
Exactly. When it's all said and done, things are as they're supposed to be. And, you know, Fabian, to go back to what we were talking about a moment ago, is just going to see the PAT try here coming from Christian Lee as Dunwoody hopes to take a 14-0 lead. There's obviously a brotherhood with your teammates, and, boy, Lee boomed that in the night. There's obviously a brotherhood with your teammates, brought to you by Tim Eccles Fitz-Johnson. But there's also a brotherhood when you have sweat, bled, when you've done that on the field, with that other team becomes a brotherhood for you as well, right?
Absolutely. Because, like I said, you compete. It's some good, solid competition. You're going against a team. And it just build a bond. You can go back and just talk about it and reminisce on those moments for the rest of your life.
We'll hang out more with Fabian Walker. Quick timeout here for right now, though. Dunwoody's got a big lead, 14-0, second quarter of play.
Saving money is now more important than ever for seniors. But if you purchased a $9.95 guaranteed acceptance plan, you could easily find yourself overpaying for very little life insurance coverage. With the $9.95 rate, a 65-year-old male receives less than $900 in coverage. For $10,000 in coverage, he would pay over $110 a month with a 2-year waiting period. Fortunately, with Senior Life Insurance Company, he pays less than $58 a month for $10,000 in protection. There's no waiting period, no medical exam, and he saves over $600 a year by choosing Senior Life. A 65-year-old female saves over $400 a year. Don't overpay for your life insurance. Call now to see how much money you could save with Senior Life. We could help you get cash back from your current overpriced policy. Call now to lock in your coverage and low monthly rate. For your free quote, call now.
The GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com Drive for the GHSA state title is sponsored by Jersey Mike's, a sub above. R.S. Andrews, story after story, we deliver smiles. Smart Local 85, sheet metal is a smart move. Breda Pest Management, they handle bugs and critters. And by the Georgia Army National Guard. Live here, serve here, work here.
Welcome back, everybody. 14-0 is our score. Dunwoody on top of Chamblee here right now. Christian Lee about to kick us back off again. Rivalry game, high stakes for postseason play. Lee's got a big leg, man. That's easily into the end zone for a touchback. We're also Brandon Adams, Rusty Manziel, finishing up with Fabian Walker, the pride of America's High School, going into our Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame tomorrow. And Fabian, you know, one of the things we've talked about is your son now at Savannah State. Obviously, you were part of the staff at Chamblee going back a few years ago when Fabian, the younger, was here. Think about the competitive fire when you were a player. What's it like as a dad watching your son come behind you and do some of those things too? How's that feeling different being a dad and a coach watching your son compared to when you were a player yourself?
I think it's a bonus for him. For him to have, you know, somebody that played the position, you know, can give advice, that don't walk the path that I'm trying to coach and teach the other quarterbacks to do. You know, it was a bonus for him, and I enjoyed every moment of it. But I separate being a father, the coach on the field, because, you know, I'll be hard on him.
Got to turn that switch off.
Yeah, I got to turn that switch on and off. I was hard on him, but it paid off.
And you know, we get a chance to talk to so many coaches who also have sons who play on their teams. They all basically say the same thing. It's like you want to be able to enjoy your son's career as his father, and yet when you're coaching or if you're trying to coach him, there's also a football responsibility that in the moment almost supersedes just the traditional dad role.
Absolutely, absolutely. When he was younger, he was playing ball. I used to tell him all the time, you know, you're going to learn to listen to other coaches yell at you, fuss at you. Before I stepped foot in trying to coach him, I waited till he got older and he understood that you're going to listen to other coaches and you're going to take their advice and get the criticism from other people first.
You played with Leonard Pope, correct?
Absolutely, in high school.
I mean, how fun was that to have a 6'7", 6'8" target?
Well, Leonard was a freshman when I was a senior.
I got you.
And, you know, he played a little bit, but I didn't get the baby to
was about 6'5" as a baby.
Probably about 6'5" then. I didn't get the experience the 6'7", 6'8" receiver, Leonard.
Of course, Leonard now also in our Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame, too. And obviously grew into an incredibly big body over the course of his time there. And just amazing to think about the talent that has come through programs such as that. And, you know, watching these guys grow up and become the players they've become. And, by the way, right now, Chamblee kind of going the wrong direction here. Penalty going to back them up here, trying to figure something out down 14.
We got to get to moving the ball. That's an opportunity. I got to stay up.
I like this young quarterback. He's got some juice to his arm. See if they kind of get him going a little bit more comfortable, kind of stay ahead of the chains. I like this. It's 2nd and 5. Let me ask you one more question before we finish up with you. Looking back at high school, who was the best player you ever faced that didn't play at America's High School? Who was that guy like, we got our work cut out for us this week, and he wound up being that good? Didn't have to be. Who was the guy that you still remember?
Wow.
Zeke Corrado going to be?
It's probably got to be the defensive ends from Washington County, the brothers Miller.
Yeah, Brandon Miller.
Yeah,
those guys were tough. They was tough.
Even
being a 15-year-old having to go up against those guys.
Oh yeah, make you rethink some things, right?
Hey, but I had to put my big boy pants on.
I get it. Well, listen, it's a career that speaks for itself. Going into the Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame. Fabian, we appreciate your time. Congratulations.
Yes,
thank you for being with us here tonight.
Thank you guys for having me.
Great stuff there. Fabian Walker on his way into the Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame. And coming up to celebrate that with us here tonight. He's also, speaking of celebrating, he likes to see that carry, too. Getting the open field and making something happen there.
I like the pace right here. I like getting Dawson involved with the run game.
Yeah, Doss kept it himself.
I like the look of him early on as a young sophomore quarterback. Looks comfortable. A lot liver arm in person. See if they can get him in some rhythm here and put some points up for the end of this half.
Yeah, as a sophomore, already has an offer from Sacramento State. He's going to dump it out here to Corrado. Corrado wrapped up right away.
Well, Dunwoody runs to the football now.
Really have. Dropping him at the 45-yard line. Whole bunch of Wildcats in on that.
Defensively, they run to the football. Been impressed with that.
Yeah, I've liked their team speed. Ryan Gentry, the defensive coordinator, who came into Dunwoody with Matthew Schmitz. They've got a close relationship with each other. Second down now coming up. We'll call it 2nd and 8. In motion goes Edward Reed. Doss wants to throw, doesn't have a man. Pressure finally comes David Remigallo. Incomplete, and that's going to bring up 3rd down now coming up. Reed's name you'll recognize. His father is Ed Reed, who you'll know is the former Baltimore Raven Super Bowl champion, one of the great safeties of all time. Aspires to be a head coach, so clearly he knows defense. Wants to know as much about offense, he knows defense. So Ed Reed actually works as the offensive coordinator here at Chamblee. His son Edward plays on both sides of the ball. Jalen Harris goes in motion. Doss going to have been wide open and through the hands of Winston Jones. He was as open as you can ever be.
Boy, that was 6. I know that ball had some heat on it right here, but you have got to help your quarterback right here.
Probably a little too much on that.
Just a little out of his reach, maybe looking at the replay. Let's see right here, better angle. He had to layer it with that linebacker. No, you got to have that one.
Yeah.
He had to layer it with that linebacker, so he had to put a little bit on it.
Good point.
And you got to help him there.
Boy, I'm telling you what, he was as wide open could be.
Goodness.
And this is one of the strengths of this team for Chamblee is its wide receiver play. But that's one they would like to have back because that was some surefire points coming at a time in which the Bulldogs could certainly use it. Instead, it's going to be Jalen Harris to punt low from him again.
Man.
Wobbly inside the 20, but it works out pretty well, rolling down to the 18-yard line. And boy, some of the great fellowship we've had tonight has been around a terrific meal from our friends at Pig and Chick Barbecue. They've been serving Atlanta since 2001. It's the award-winning barbecue that's slow smoked with delicious meats. You've also got Grandma Opal's famous sides, and you got multiple locations, including just down the road here at 5071 Peachtree Boulevard. Let me say this in all honesty. I used to work pretty close by here years ago. I used to come to Pig and Chick all the time. I'm not in the area quite as much as I used to be, but let me tell you, it was great to be back enjoying some Pig and Chick barbecue tonight. They've been named one of Atlanta's top 50 restaurants 5 straight times. And if you want some authentic barbecue, Pig and Chick Barbecue is where good food brings people together.
We've been doing this together about 3 or 4 years. I took 2 bites and I walked over to you. I said, "Holy smokes,
yeah,
this
we got to
chicken,
do this,
man! Where is this from?"
Rusty and I are always scouting out the food wherever we go, and we will provide some intel about it. And tonight, we were both pretty enthusiastic. Man. We're getting ready to do our pregame show with Kaylee. Poor Kaylee's trying to get ready to do a show and
just
scarfing down food on the set while we're doing that. Handoff once again going to Bradley Stevens. Stevens kind of functions, if you think about this in option terms, like their B-back. Or Torza more like the A-back. To use the vernacular you may be familiar with. That's going to be a pitch and catch out to Coy Young. They haven't needed to throw it much tonight. That's Young's first catch. He's up to the 38-yard line.
See, their offensive line is controlling this thing a little bit. They're able to extend drives. They're able to run the football. Interested to see a halftime adjustments from Chamblee. Man, I know they're going to go. They still got plenty of time here. 2:44, 2 timeouts left. But, man, you look at that last play and you go, you know that was 6. Just missed it.
And they've got a collection of dynamic playmakers. They really haven't been able to get involved yet tonight. A lot of that, as you said earlier, is due to the speed of the football that Dunwoody's showing here right now. Throw again. Coy Young, second straight catch for him. He's going to get a first down across the 45 up to the 46-yard line.
It's a great job coming back. Watch the receiver come back to the football, attack the football, see him come out of his break and come right back and get it. It keeps that Chamblee defender from being unable to jump that route.
A little bit of a tight window there from Quartararo, too. Yep. Did a good job to distributing the football. He's a junior.
They are playing man-to-man up top.
Quartararo going to hand it off to Stevens again. Stevens follows a block, takes a big hit right at the sideline. They're going to say inbounds, but boy, big shot coming from Isaiah Cohen. Second time tonight that Cohen's really traded some pain with him, and that was right at the sideline, if not a step off.
You see two officials right here. Let's see if he gets. Oh, yeah, that's a penalty there.
Yeah, he's out of bounds right there. That hit came out of bounds.
So they are upset with that call, and they don't want to miss that one.
Bang, bang play right there, but he was out of bounds.
Yep.
Officials don't have the benefit of replay. Stevens again, boy, this drive has belonged to him. Into Bulldog territory down to the 41-yard line. Picks up 5, and that'll move the chains again for Dunwoody. You see the numbers for him this season, 5 total touchdowns coming into tonight. He's already got 2 on the evening. About to dip under 100 seconds in the first half. One back look here. In motion goes the tight end Louis Ryan. Hand off to Stevens again. Wrapped up by Brock Ryan, but another good gain. Going to be about 9.5 on that for Stevens.
They have found something on this right side of the offensive line. They went to it 2 plays in a row. Just a hat on a hat. Good job blocking by the left guard.
You got Rhett Hesprich as well, the right guard, who's really handling his business. Matthew Schmitz, the architect of this offense, he's got some college experience. Was at Tennessee Tech, was on staff at UAB. 3 seasons as the offensive coordinator here before becoming head coach. Corderero runs it himself. Gets down to the 26. 5 on that. We'll have more Hall of Famers for you throughout the night here.
Brings up second 5.
Dunwoody not in a hurry.
Clock running.
But they're efficient. Ooh!
He almost
tried to go outside shoulder. The ball sailed on him, came back inside. Coy Young had to reach back one-handed towards the inside part of the field. Dangerous both for the football and for Young. Ultimately, though, it's incomplete.
Yeah, he comes out of his break. See, that's the play they ran a couple times. That ball was behind him. He had to adjust. Luckily, he gets a hand on it, or that's an interception.
That's exactly right. That ball also may have been just slightly deflected, too, because clearly designed to be outside shoulder towards the boundary, sailed back in. There may have been a fingertip that changed the direction of that football.
Second down.
Harrison and Hillgrove tied at 14 right now.
What a great night.
Oh, it's wonderful. Beautiful weather, unbelievable night.
Great crowd. Wow.
Great fellowship, and 2 great rivals that have long history against each other. A simple screen to Stevens.
Nice play.
Yeah, really good job by George Ross, the linebacker, to wrap him up.
Yeah, try to run a little middle screen in there, catch Chamblee on the pass rush. 20 reads it, makes a tackle, makes Dunwoody use a timeout. Nice job.
He's a senior. Good year for him coming in tonight. 47 tackles, 6.5 tackles for loss, also 3.5 sacks. Talked about the Breda Pest Management score ticker a moment ago. Also, don't forget when it comes to our friends at Breda Pest Management, they know your house inside and out with a customized treatment plan that stops any bugs and critters. Breda does it right, protecting the inside and outside of your home, because it's the bugs inside your house that you want gone. Breda, they handle bugs and critters. See a look there at the Chamblee sideline. Their coach Bob Swank.
Got a chance to talk with him before. He was very appreciative of being here. Kids had a great week of practice.
They're young on defense. They've got 6 either freshmen or sophomores on their 2 deep. While we have a moment, let's also go look back at the electrifying play of the half, brought to you by IBEW Local 613. It was the first rushing score of the game for Bradley Stevens. And really, if you're a Dunwoody fan, electrifying how you marched down the field on that drive. capped off by Stevens there. We appreciate IBEW, a local 613, for making that happen.
3rd and 12. Got 2 deep safeties here. Got to keep everything in front of you.
Chamblee showing some pressure. Cortero shakes free of it, and now is going to take off running. Clock is at 7. He gets hit out of bounds. That's going to stop the clock now with 4 seconds. The ball is at the 24.
Yeah, they're going to bring on the field goal team.
And it's going to be 4th down coming up. So this is pretty well executed. You ate up all the time, and you make it a much more manageable kick for Christian Lee. I think Cortero wanted to try to hit the deep shot down the field, wasn't there, made it happen with his legs, and they still had a timeout left, but did a good job of getting out of bounds to preserve the time here. The freshman backup quarterback, Jack Ravis, will be the holder.
Chamblee's going to call a timeout.
Chamblee's going to call a timeout to ice him. We'll also take a look at the Dunwoody resume here, leading by 14. Smart Local 85 brings it to you. They're 4-4 here this year. Made the playoffs last year despite a 4-7 record. Lost to Langston Hughes in the first round. Think about guys that have come here before, like Harris Barton, who's with us tonight, the former Georgia linebacker, Arantis Grant, Dries Bashir, as we mentioned, a state champion going back to 1993. Back when Metro Atlanta schools winning a state championship was not a very common occurrence.
No.
At least in the highest classification.
A lot of important games. Keeping up with some games right now. Cale is on top of Cambridge, 30-10.
Wow. So it'll be Christian Lee to try. Jack Ravis will be the holder. David Remigallo, the linebacker, will be the long snapper. This is a 40-yard kick for Lee. He is 7 of 13 on field goal tries thus far this season. This one, he has got a booming leg.
He smoked that, man.
Kicked that one all the way to our hospitality area for our Hall of Famers.
He smoked that.
And that brings the first half to a close, 40 yards.
Dude, he's good from 60.
He's a very good kicker.
From 60.
He's a very good kicker. So that brings the first half to a close. It's 17-0 Dunwoody. What a start here for the Wildcats, technically on the road, although they didn't travel very far to get here. We got more festivities around our Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame, so stay tuned for the halftime show. It's coming up next. And what a privilege it is to have you with us tonight, here with myself and Rusty Manziel on Atlanta News First.
What sets us apart? At the Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office, we are guided by the mission to serve and protect through dedication, professionalism, active cooperation with the community, and respect for human dignity. Our core values, integrity, service, respect, and progress, are at the heart of everything we do. If you are ready to make a difference, join our law enforcement family. Start your career today with the Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office by applying at GoGCSO.com. Your future awaits.
You may know Tidal Wave Auto Spa as the world's greatest car wash, but did you know Tidal Wave also has the easiest fundraiser? So easy, our mascots think they can do anything, like making the big play on the big stage. Okay, maybe just a dream, but it is a super easy fundraiser. Just sell wash tickets and watch the money come in. If your flag football team, school, church, or group needs funds, go to TidalWaveAutoSpa.com and get started today.
The Georgia Sheet Metal JETC equips apprentices with the knowledge and skills required to start a rewarding career in the sheet metal industry with programs in HVAC, industrial welding, and testing, adjusting, and balancing. Training is 100% free and allows apprentices to earn as they learn. Journeymen graduate with no student debt and have the potential to earn more than most college graduates. Visit our website to learn more about this opportunity at careersinsheetmetal.com.
Transform your outdoor space with Inspired Landscape Solutions Incorporated. With 34 years of expertise and a passion for innovation, we offer full-service maintenance, custom hardscape, outdoor living design, irrigation, lighting, and so much more. Whether you're envisioning a serene garden retreat or a vibrant outdoor entertainment area, we bring your dreams to life. Inspire Landscape Solutions, where creativity meets craftsmanship.
And welcome into the halftime show presented by GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com. It's now time for our halftime hit presented by the IBEW Local 613. We are joined by Principal Gail Barnes here at Chamblee. You can see behind us we've got homecoming court going on, which means it was homecoming week here at Chamblee. What was the morale like? Tell me about the festivities.
Oh, it's been a great week. Everyone it's great seeing everyone's school spirit and dress up in all of the days in anticipation of of our big rivalry game against Dunwoody, and then anticipation of tomorrow night's dance.
I live here in DeKalb County. I know this is a really important rivalry game. You know, what does this rivalry mean to you, and how do you see your students excited throughout the week knowing that they're going to play Dunwoody?
As much as it's a rivalry game, we still support each other because we are right down the street from each other. If there's anything that goes on in Dunwoody, we support them, and if anything happens here at Chamblee, they support us. It's just a great all-around support.
I think it's very evident that you're passionate about your students and your school. What would you say is the most rewarding part about being a principal?
I love being able to work with our students. It's great seeing them grow over their time here at 4 years, as well as even at homecoming, like the class of 2000 and 2005, they're back here for their reunions. And it's great seeing my former students who are now, they have embodied all of the things that we've taught them in the school, and they're living such successful lives as adults.
I think we've been doing this for a long time, and I'm not sure if we've ever been to Chamblee. If you could tell everyone watching one thing about the Chamblee community, what would it be?
I'd say that we have the whole package. We are not only strong in our athletic programs, we're really strong in our fine arts, as well as theater and performing arts and visual arts, but also we're really strong academically. It's a great place to live. It's a great community, and it's just great to be here.
Well, we thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for allowing us to host this here. When we come back, we're going to talk to one of those special students that you were referring to. So we've got more to come after the break.
Thank you.
Saving money is now more important than ever for seniors. But if you purchased a $9.95 guaranteed acceptance plan, you could easily find yourself overpaying for very little life insurance coverage. With a $9.95 rate, a 65-year-old male receives less than $900 in coverage. For $10,000 in coverage, he would pay over $110 a month with a 2-year waiting period. Fortunately, with Senior Life Insurance Company, he pays less than $58 a month for $10,000 in protection. There's no waiting period, no medical exam, and he saves over $600 a year by choosing Senior Life. A 65-year-old female saves over $400 a year. Don't overpay for your life insurance. Call now to see how much money you could save with Senior Life. We could help you get cash back from your current overpriced policy. Call now to lock in your coverage and low monthly rate. For your free quote, call now.
This is the home of the GOATs, Friday Night Lights, and home of the Ballers. This is home of the Gamers. Peachtree Sports Network is the home of the Hustlers and home of the Speed Junkies. The Peach State plays here. Atlanta's home of live local sports is Peachtree Sports Network.
And welcome back to the halftime show. It's now time for our Duncan Outstanding Student Athlete. Tonight we have Ella King, who's here at Chamblee High School, a swimmer, among many other things. We're going to get to your swim career in a second, but while we were off the set, Ashley and I had a chance to look at your long list of things that you're involved in here at Chamblee. Just tell us about some of those clubs that you're a part of, and why is it so important to you to be involved in school?
Yeah, so I am first a member of the Student Government Association. I am the vice president of the senior class. I also am the founder and 3-time president of Entrepreneurship Club, a club that helps students design, innovate, and launch their very first businesses right here at the high school. I also am part of National Honor Society, a service organization, as well as Technology Student Association, which is an engineering and technology organization, so I compete in competitions with them. And really, I really love being involved in this school. We have so many opportunities here, and I'm just so glad that I can make the most of my time throughout my high school career with these clubs.
I mean, speaking of your time, what does time management look like for you? Because you just listed all these things. I know that's got to be so much on your plate. How do you manage your time?
Yeah, it comes with practice, and a lot of it is about balance and choosing what you're passionate about and really excelling at those things. I wouldn't be here today if I wasn't so passionate about everything I do and everything I love. And that's the reason why I keep going, is because I just have so much love for the things that I do.
I think this is the first time all year that we've had a student athlete that was involved in swimming. I mean, how did you get into that, and what's your favorite part about the sport?
Yeah, so I've always loved the water, and my mom brought me to the beach one time, and she was so worried that something was going to happen to me. So as soon as I was eligible, she enrolled me in swim lessons, and I loved it. Eventually, I went on to become a competitive swimmer. I swam for Dynamo Swim Club, and when I was in high school, I joined the Chamblee swim team, and I'm still there. So it really is just a really big, important part of my life, and I love the community aspect of it.
Yeah.
It's given me so much, and swimming and training with the same people every single day, you know that they're working hard, you're working hard, and it really just creates these really amazing bonds between you and your teammates.
And I'm a big believer too that, athletics goes further than just learning a physical skill set. It also teaches you so much about yourself. So when you look at the intangible things, what would you say is the biggest thing that swimming has taught you?
Yeah, definitely balance, taking every opportunity. I cannot stress that enough. And when an opportunity presents itself, even if it's scary, to do it, take it. The worst that can happen is, honestly, you regret that you didn't take the opportunity, in my opinion. So, yeah, and I also would think, what I'll say that swimming has taught me the importance of action versus reaction.
Mm-hmm.
When something happens, a challenge is posed to you, you either have the option to react, freak out, you don't know what's happening, or you can take that step back and really control what you can control. And as I've mentioned, I have a lot of leadership positions.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes things don't go your way.
Yeah.
And it really is important to stay calm, stay focused, and stay composed in those moments. And I really do think that swimming has taught me that and given me that skill.
Well, we know how involved you are. You're so well-spoken. I imagine that there are big things ahead for you. So what's next for your future after high school?
Yeah, so I hope to attend college, obviously.
Yeah.
I hope to major in environmental engineering with a minor in global development.
Mm-hmm.
So big picture goal is I want to go to third world countries and developing communities and give people access to water, to electricity, those basic needs that we have and commodities that we have here that we take for granted. So I really just want to help as many people as I can. And I'd also like to start nonprofits, and I'm really interested in entrepreneurship. As I mentioned, I have an entrepreneurship club, and one of my other businesses that I want to do is I want to create a program that sends collegiate and high school swim teams to developing coastal towns to teach people how to swim.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, so inspirational. You have so much ahead of you, but I do want to ask you about your time here now, because you're in your senior year. What's the senior year memory that you're most looking forward to happening? And when you look back on your high school career, what's the one memory that you're going to take away with you for the rest of your life?
Honestly, every moment, I feel like I'm going to look back on this moment and say that, wow, those are the times. And I was going through some old pictures on a plane ride I took a few days ago, and I was like, wow, nostalgia is just really, really getting to me this year. But I'm obviously looking forward to homecoming, prom, all those big events, but I'm really looking forward to graduation and taking those next steps out into the world and building my own self.
Well, let me be the first to tell you, all the things that you're doing now, they will help you so much along the way. And yes, you will be nostalgic, but your best days are ahead of you, and I'm so excited to see what you do.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we've got more coming up, so we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Illegal use of hands and proper training.
GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com has 14 different highly skilled trades with tuition-free training in our certified apprenticeship programs to train you the right way. Find your career at GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com.
healthier future together. Look to Northside Hospital.
A journeyman with Local 85, when you turn out, you can be hitting six figures.
Hey, I have your back, you have my back. We're going to do this together. We're one for all for one.
College just wasn't for me. Let's look into actual career jobs that wouldn't take college, where I wouldn't, lose money and all that. Instead of losing a lot more money at the end, why not make money and make more money at the end?
World-class training isn't just for leaders well on their way. It's for the ones just getting their footing. Seasoned pros learn through real-world experience. But so do young cadets. No other career path gives you leadership instruction that's so tested, so successful, so early. Decide to lead as an Army officer.
And welcome back to our halftime show presented by GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com. I'm Kaylee Mansell, and I'm joined by Stan Bounds, who's going to be inducted into the Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame tomorrow night. Also a part of the Valdosta team that's being inducted as well. One of two teams who will be inducted as teams for the first time. Played quarterback on that 1971 team. The only team ever in the history of Georgia High School football to defeat every opponent by 21 points or more. What was it about that team that you played on that was so dominant? What made y'all different?
Well, basically, I can tell you it was Coach Bazemore and just his style of offense. Teams weren't running the spread. They weren't running the slot or the pro set back then. And I had receivers in Stanford Rome, George Roundtree. They just unbelievable receivers. He was a high school All-American in basketball and football. When you got a receiver that's 6'5" and comes third in the state in the 220, that's a good target to throw to.
Right.
Plus a line that did not allow a sack all year, so I had plenty of time to look downfield and find receivers. So Lord blessed me to be on a team that it was that good of a team. They just kept guys off of me, and I had time to throw to my receivers.
And y'all had so much talent, not just on the offensive side of the ball, but also the defensive side of the ball. What did an average day at practice look like for you guys? How did y'all make each other better?
Oh, wow. That was Coach Bazemore's doing. He would line us up like on the 5-yard line, and we would make 5 yards or lose 5 yards. And he just about got perfection out of us because we did not want to be backing up 5 yards every time we ran a play. So that was pretty much the goal for us to do, is make 5 yards every play we ran. And then, of course, we did run against the first-string defense on the goal line offense. So we hated first string against first string. Those guys were good. We had Gary Rowe back there, who was an All-American at Tennessee as a defensive back and loved to hit, and we did not want to get hit by him also. But Freddie Wilburn, our big defensive tackle over there, he was a year behind me, but it was a great team to be on.
I mean, as the quarterback also, so many accomplishments and accolades for you. When you look back on your time, all 4 years, what was the best game that you ever played in? What was your Valdosta legacy game?
Well, I would have to say it was my final one at Avondale. I was out the first play. I was telling my grandson I was out of the game the first play on the second half because we came out. I threw a 60-yard touchdown pass, I think, to Clifford Bradley, and that made it 41-0. So Coach Bazemore took me out. But I was like 13 for 15 for 300-something yards for the half. So Coach Bazemore, I mean, he didn't try to run the scores up on people.
I respect that.
And I was out of the game by halftime in a lot of our games. So he could have really made the scores a lot more lopsided than what they were. So I respect him for that. He was a great coach, and he could just see what was happening on both sides of the ball, defensively and offensively, and just adjust things at halftime and make it happen.
You're the athlete here. You got to have better instincts than that. All right, I do want to ask you about one of your teammates. A few years ago when he was inducted, I had the chance to talk to Stan Rome, the two Stans on the team. Talk about your relationship with him. And did you guys just go by your last names when y'all were on the team, so that way it wasn't Stan and everybody's heads turning around?
No, well, it was a lot of guys called him Stanford.
Okay.
Which they called me Stanley in high school. So that was another difference. But no, Stan, I just talked to him yesterday. He said he was going to be up here tomorrow night, and I'll get to see him then. But I've seen him over the years, and just the relationship as a receiver. We had our timing down. He was, 6'5", third in the state in the 220. He was the perfect receiver to throw to. And just having that timing down with him made all the difference in the world. And like I say, an offensive line that wouldn't have nobody to touch you. It was just the perfect season for us. It really was.
Well, I just wanted to say it's been my absolute honor to talk to you. You have such an amazing career, going to Valdosta, getting to be inducted with a lot of your teammates. I know that South Georgia football is different, so I wanted to say thank you for coming on here with me tonight. It was truly my honor.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys, so we've got the second half. It's about to start, so we're going to take a break, and then we'll give it back to Brandon and Rusty.
My name is Mike Hammond, founder of Signal Relief. Much of my career has been working in construction, and I love the outdoors and horses. That active lifestyle is what has caused my body to hurt. I didn't want to let this affect my family or my life, and that's what motivated me to create a team to build the Signal Relief patch. Clinically shown that over 85% felt relief in just 72 hours, with almost half feeling significant relief in just 15 minutes. It's drug-free, reusable, and it comes with a money-back guarantee. Whether it's your neck, back, knee, shoulder, or just aches and pains, this patch can give you your life back. When I gave my best friend a patch with tears in his eyes, he said it was the first time in 16 years he did not hurt. Join the hundreds of thousands who found relief. I'm asking you to try the Signal Relief patch today by going to our website. If you're thinking about buying, it means you need one. You have nothing to lose. I promise the patch works.
Okay, going back to one. This industry is my life. The Georgia film industry feeds my children, and it feeds my dreams, which are two very important things. The film community is a real vital ecosystem. You can make a living in an incredible town.
Real jobs, real impact. Support Georgia Films. Visit whygeorgia.com.
Welcome back to halftime, everybody. Brandon Adams, Rusty Manziel, high atop North DeKalb Stadium here on what it's a beautiful fall night. Got a great crowd representing both schools underneath us, and it's been a great night for high school football. Really two great rivals battling for some postseason positioning between Dunwoody and Chamblee. Dunwoody's got the lead here right now. But Rusty, in addition to that, it's also a chance to celebrate our Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame. And how about, whether it be informal conversations or on air, how about the brand new Hall of Famers we've gotten our chance to talk to here tonight?
Yeah, listen, you and I both, when Harris Barton and Steve Wallace left, I was like, you realize who we just talked to? Those are two guys that have won multiple Super Bowl rings, played with Joe Montana. It was interesting. I asked Harris Barton about Lawrence Taylor, and he talked about it. As soon as we got off air, Steve Wallace goes, I didn't bring up Lawrence Taylor, but I want to talk about him. And that's what type of night it's been when we have players here that went up against Lawrence Taylor on a regular basis.
No, exactly right. We'll be continuing to tell you some of those stories throughout the night. But let's also talk here about how Chamblee gets back in this football game against Dunwoody.
I think, listen, it goes to their quarterback, and he hit a pass late in the half. The wide receiver dropped it. You got some momentum there. A couple of things. You got to get him in rhythm. They've been unable to sustain drives. I like him in the run game a little bit more. Let's see if they get him out on the edge a little bit.
Let's go back and look at some first half highlights. We'll see how it was. The Wildcats were able to build that 17-0 lead. Successful drive to begin the game, capped off by Bradley Stevens, who found the outside and got to the end zone there. Of course, these halftime highlights brought to you by the Mechanical Trades Institute.
Yeah, been kind of the theme of it. Dunwoody offensive line, they're making plays. This was the play of the half. An absolute stick right there by the Chamblee defense. Some controversial call a little bit there. The referees got it right in the end, and then Dunwoody scored on the next play. So that was a win-win for everybody there, that I think the referees got together, huddled up, and made the right call.
Yeah,
I understand the coach was upset, but you see right here, easy touchdown on the next play.
Yeah, Matthew Schmidt was confused because the hands went up, no touchdown. But as Rusty said, eventually it all works out the way that it's supposed to, because Bradley Stevens, who had been stopped short on the previous play, was able to get into the end zone right there. And so that at that point it was 14-0. Lee would add another field goal, then 17-0. And for Chamblee, they've got the playmakers. Haven't quite connected yet, but obviously in the next 24 minutes, they're going to have their chance to be able to do that.
Yeah, plenty of time here. Got three guys. I like these sophomore wide receivers they got and this sophomore quarterback. They got time to make some plays here. Need to score early, get this half going.
So let's do this. We'll take a quick timeout. We'll come back and show you second half action. Drive for the GHSA state title, presented by GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com, continues right after this.
The drive for the GHSA state title is brought to you by GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com. Transform your future today.
At Breda, we made the decision to invest in infrared cameras. The infrared gives us a unique advantage because we can pinpoint that termite damage. We then use our microwave technology, which allows us to localize our treatment so we can get rid of those termites quicker before that damage becomes extensive. And that saves you a lot of money as a homeowner.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
Nothing is as pure and special as high school sports in the state of Georgia. And Score Atlanta is its #1 fan. High school sports are about families, kids chasing their dreams, communities supporting their teams year in and year out. And Score Atlanta wants to connect your brand with Georgia high school sports in ways that have never been available before. So let's talk about how you can reach millions of people who enjoy Georgia high school sports. For more information, contact Score Atlanta today.
So when I got in the program, I was 18. At the time, I think the most appealing thing was, I could start out going to school and making money while I'm going to school. Not coming out in 4 or 5 years, $30,000, $40,000 in debt. That was the biggest attraction to this. I got in 3 days after graduation and hadn't looked back.
I've used R.S. Andrews 15 years, purchased 2 heating and air systems, so I rely on their technicians for service. I call, they come, it's fixed. And I appreciate Andrews' commitment. He gives it his all. That's how R.S. Andrews makes me smile.
Yikey Wawa! Running out of hot water is one way your water heater cries out for help. Call R.S. Andrews. Get a water heater rejuvenation. Your water heater gets added life, you get more hot water. Another way R.S. Andrews makes you smile today.
Hey, I'm Steve Langley with Smart Local 85. We are proud to sponsor the third quarter of tonight's matchup. Just like these two teams have some of the best talent in the state of Georgia, Smart Local 85 represents the best in sheet metal, air, rail, and transportation workers across Georgia. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the third quarter.
Thank you so much, Steve. Appreciate that. How about this collection of students on hand here? The Western theme tonight looks great. And everybody having a wonderful time. Great rivalry matchup. It's our Gordo's Cheese Dip fan section of the game as well, by the way. Well-deserved in that. And kicking things off here to begin the second half is Jay Grisham. But that kick is going to go out of bounds. And so another break for Dunwoody. They're going to get good field position to begin it in the third quarter. Brandon Adams, Rusty Manziel, Kaylee Manziel at the host position. Georgia High School Football Hall of Famers throughout the night. Induction ceremony is tomorrow. And in this rivalry matchup, Dunwoody leads right now over Chamblee 17-0. A little surprised by the score.
Yeah, and I know if you're Chamblee, you go in saying, listen, we got to get a couple of stops. We got to get some things going offensively. It'll be interesting to see what kind of adjustments they make. They got some playmakers out on the space, but on the edge. But I will tell you this: I have been really impressed with Dunwoody defensively. They run to the football. Those 2 linebackers they got will absolutely strike you as we lock in for this second half.
All right, so going to put the ball down here after the kick out of bounds. don't 100% understand what they're going to put on the left hash now. So Jack Corderero going back to work on offense. 4 receivers, tied in motion. Handoff going to Restorza. He's going to be hit right away. Second down coming up, and we'll check in with Kaylee Manziel, who's standing by right now with a special guest.
Thanks, guys. I'm with Coleman Rudolph, who's going to be an inductee tomorrow night to our Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame. Another Valdosta guy, but you were a part of a Valdosta team that won the 19th state title, also 5th national championship for Valdosta. What was the locker room culture like on your team, just in terms of making sure y'all weren't getting complacent and staying eager to win and continue the tradition of excellence?
Yeah, there was never complacency down in Valdosta, ever. And it's been so great to see some of these guys from that 1971 team. And talk with them and talk to them about the same coaches that we had. But complacency never was an issue down there. And, you know, growing up there, all you wanted to ever do was play football. And it was really life down in South Georgia at that point in time. So, you know, it was a lot of fun, and I had a lot of great teammates, and just, you know, blessed to be here.
So I'm a North Georgia girl, but everyone talks about how South Georgia football is just so different. What is it about that South Georgia football, or what guys are doing down there, that makes the level of competition that much more difficult?
Well, in South Georgia, we don't have quite as much to do as we do in North Georgia. So that's one thing.
That's fair.
So it, you know, it makes it where it becomes the center, you know, kind of your universe at that point. But, you know, North Georgia football is so much better today than it was then. So back then it was Clark Central and Griffin and some of those teams up here that were so good. But, you know, Valdosta and Tifton and Moultrie and those teams have always been really, you know, really good. But it's just a culture that was down there. And, you know, we were just really fortunate to be down there at that time.
And not many people can say that not only did they win a high school football state championship, but also a college football championship. You did that with Georgia Tech. I mean, I don't want to ask you if there's one that you favor over the other. So instead, I'll ask you, you know, what do you remember most about that season, and what was the reaction from the team on being able to claim the college football national title?
Well, yeah, the biggest game that you remember that year obviously was going to be the Virginia game, because that was the game that we had to win. We knocked them off. But, you know, we had a lot of great games that year. Playing Nebraska in the Citrus Bowl and getting that win was, you know, was very big for us in the program. You know, and look, Tech's having a good year this year, so we'll see how far they can get. You know, they're 7-0 for the first time in a long time.
Right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations to you. I know South Georgia is proud tonight.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we've got more on the field, so we'll give it back up to Brandon and Rusty.
Thank you so much, Kaylee, and Coleman Rudolph as well. And, of course, Coleman a part of a terrific honor this weekend, too. Not only is he going to the Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame, but his late father also going as well. Jack Rudolph. First time we've ever put father and son together.
That's awesome.
In the Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame together. So
I forgot about that Virginia game.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. What a
Sean
game.
Moore's the quarterback.
Sean Moore.
Herman
Man.
Moore, who would go on to a great career, the Detroit Lions wide receiver. Virginia was ranked #1. It was a very big deal.
Yep. And there wasn't a lot of games on TV, so everybody was tuned in the country to that one.
I want to say Virginia had beaten Clemson like the previous week. As you see, Cortero cranking up to throw into traffic and broken up there. Isaiah Cohen has done a great job in coverage tonight. And he also was able to win the battle for that one, too.
Be fun tomorrow night. You know, obviously, this is the High School Hall of Fame, but you got guys like Walt Frazier going in, Cam Newton going in, Kirby Smart going in. Kirby Smart will be there tomorrow night. We confirmed that today. And you know, he's from South Georgia, played for his dad, longtime South Georgia coach at Bainbridge High School, Sonny Smart. And and Coleman's right. It was different now, North versus South, in those days.
It was.
It's a lot more equal matchup nowadays.
Bradley Stevens on the carry, getting across the 40 down to the 38-yard line.
It really wouldn't do any good now to have used to have a North Georgia champ and a South Georgia champ, and they would play each other.
I like the idea of geographic like that. I do like that. More of a cross section now.
Yeah.
Of course, next year you're going to have power ratings, going to change everything.
Oh, boy.
Third down here. Of course, the South Georgia teams tell you the reason why everything's changed is because of the transfer portal. That's what they'll say.
It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
Historically, you don't have now you have some, but you don't have as many transfers in South Georgia.
No.
Offense, 5-yard penalty, replay, third down.
Was told that Jay Lamar was back playing with Copeland County tonight. So
that's good to know.
Georgia committed a running back there.
And listen, I'm a big believer when it comes to situations like that. High school's for growing up.
Oh, goodness.
Whatever it takes to grow up is what you need to do. And if it means sitting out for a couple of games and
you have to,
for whatever
absolutely.
reason, I have a pretty high tolerance for stuff
These are young teenagers. Teenage boys.
And I feel that way no matter what your next step is, what college you're going to. I'm just telling you, Chamblee showing pressure here.
3rd and 9.
Here they come. Corotero going to step into and throw, trying to connect with Coy again. And Coy Young not able to hold on. Similar play to the one they ran a moment ago, where Isaiah Cohen had broken it up. And Cohen's going to come up celebrating once again.
And he had a chance right here. It's a good ball. Watch him drop it over the defender's shoulder. Look at that.
In this case, that's probably one Coy Young, the intended target receiver, would probably like to have back.
Yeah, look at that.
Cohen celebrated as if it was a pass breakup. It was the previous time. That time, that may have been Young, just not quite holding on. So Jude Torjak going to come on and punt.
Big stop.
You're right. Chamblee getting the defensive stop that it needed. Going to see now if the offense can build on that.
Oh, man.
Flag going to come in as Torjak got hit.
You do not like that. Is he going to get up? Yeah, he got.
He's so
good,
well,
man.
I mean, I'm not saying.
I thought we was going to lifeline him out of here. Next thing you know, he's high-fiving people on the side. It's a miracle.
He sold that well.
I like it, my man.
Now let's find out. In high school football, you still have running into the kickers, but you don't see.
I don't know if I'd have came up that quick. He's still saying 4th down. See, I think he's. Let's see right here.
Personal foul.
Personal foul.
Okay, so if it's a personal foul, but via the yardage, it will be a 1st down then.
Man, that is just you. That is a backbreaker. As you
boy, it really is. They've gotten off the field.
Gotten off the field to start.
Gotten the stop.
Let's see here. Oh man,
I think that's good enough. I don't mean to say good enough. I think that's significant enough that you can call that something other than running into the kicker. He made contact.
Yeah, I agree.
With the thigh, the hip. That's enough contact. If he's coming from the opposite angle, he may have blocked that kick, and then it's not a penalty at all. But coming on the other side of the kick leg, he just made contact as opposed to that. In high school, you have both the 5-yard and 15-yard variety. With the yardage, that becomes a 1st down. Stevens wrapped up. So Chamblee's getting it done defensively, one thing right after another. And I tell you who's involved in everything right now is William Tate.
Yeah.
That's number 9. That's the defensive end. Just picked up an offer from Valdosta State. He was team MVP last year. And, man, I'm telling you right now, he's everywhere defensively for Chamblee.
They got a little more juice to him defensively. See if they can get 2 more stops here and survive this penalty.
He lost 5 that time, makes it 2nd and 15. Iristorza is the tailback. Ball sits at the 33. It's 3 receivers left side. Iristorza now steps to the left side. Cortero going to roll that way. Now going to step up and try to run, but he's going to be wrapped up. And this time, nice play defensively made by Jacob Hawkins, senior defensive end.
Good job running the quarterback down there because he had some space in front of him. Could have picked up maybe 7, 8, 9 yards. Watch number 4 on pursuit. You see him come across. He's trailing from the inside. And you see him just run down the quarterback. Good job there. Still will be about 3rd and 12. This is a big play for Chamblee defense.
Bob Swank says we're not a big defense, but we have a lot of team speed. We're going to blitz some. We're trying to get after quarterbacks. They're showing that some right now. This defense really keeping them in the game. 3rd down. Quartero going to throw, trying to set up the screen. It's going to be caught by Stevens. Stevens stays on his feet. Near a 1st down again. I believe he's got it. How about that? I mean, on 3rd down, breaking tackles, well-designed screenplay, and Stevens, who's been a hero tonight with 2 touchdowns, gets a massive 1st down conversion right there.
Look at the lineman out in front. Nice call.
Thank you. That was Irastorza on that. That was not Stevens. That was Irastorza.
3rd down and 12 conversion.
Really a killer for
now you're in field goal
Chamblee.
range. Now you're in field goal range easily.
We saw Christian Lee show a big leg at the end of the 1st half. So if you're Chamblee right now, you're thinking about what might have been in the red zone now, brought to you by Iron Workers, Local 387. You forced the 4th down. You had the punt. Then you had the roughing the kicker. Then you had a 3rd and long. It's 3rd and 15. And the screenplay to Irastorza makes it a 1st down. Under 5 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter.
I tell you what I like. Chamblee's PA announcer is about 10 rows into the crowd.
I like
cordless Mike. He is watching the game. And you talking about being in it? He's in it.
I like that.
I like it.
Brady Pest Manager score ticker rolls on underneath us throughout the night. Louis Ryan, the tight end, going to go become a slot receiver. Jake Salas, the receiver, going to join him.
Call timeout, Dunwoody.
Matthew Schmidt's going to have to call timeout. We'll also take some time here to remind you about Brady Pest Management. Of course, you can switch your termite protection to Brady Pest Management, and your rate's locked in for 10 years. Brady's protected homes from termites for over 50 years. You can protect your home with confidence. Brady, they handle bugs and critters. And of course, when it comes to Dunwoody, this community's dealt with so much sadness in the last few months. The recent passing of former Dunwoody head coach Mike Nash, who had taken the job at Chattahoochee County in the offseason. Matthew Schmitz, who had been Coach Nash's offensive coordinator, was promoted to head coach. And after having been head coach there for 10 years, Coach Nash had so many ties to that community. It's been a hard time. And Coach Schmitz obviously told some great stories about him recently, talking about how, as a team, that they're really inspired to honor his memory with how they play this year. Coach Schmitz will tell you, really didn't know Coach Nash before he got the job, but came to be very close with each other, good friends. Coach Nash had told him, if you'll love this place, it'll love you right back. And Schmitz will tell you he does love it indeed. As Bradley Stevens gets the carry. Rusty, I'll tell you a story that Matthew Schmitz has told about, obviously when you come up here, he'd been at Florida. He wanted to be the offensive coordinator at Dunwoody. So he's all dressed up, had a suit on, and Mike Nash spent the entire job interview making fun of him for being what he thought was overdressed for the job interview, which is, I think, a great reflection of his personality. And those stories have been certainly one run after the other for this Dunwoody community, for a coach that they had loved for a decade. Had complications from a surgery, had dealt with some liver issues.
Brandon, they are approaching almost a 9-minute drive here.
Yeah, I mean, got some help because of the roughing the kicker penalty, but they have converted when they have to. It's been a lot of 3rd down. Already up 17-0, and this drive that's essentially encompassed the entirety of the 3rd quarter really feels like quite a punctuation mark. Right side again. No signal yet.
That's they just go buck sweep right there. Just unbalanced set, looked like to the right, and just put body on body. And
so he did get in for the score. Yeah, 3rd touchdown for Bradley Stevens. I was looking for that signal and never quite saw it, but
look at the amount of it. Look at the
he
block.
did get in.
13, good job. Number 13 blocked 2 people there from Dunwoody.
It's a Zero FG Energy Drink touchdown brought to you by Zero FG Energy Drink.
Louis Ryan.
3 scores for Bradley Stevens. Now 23-0. Jack Gravis has the hold. Christian Lee has the PAT.
You think about the last 2 possessions. You go back to the half before, you miss a pass. Then right here, you get a stop. You need a stop. You get a penalty. And you got to be thinking, what if right here with Chamblee? Everything's happened in the last 2 possessions have changed the score on this.
Yeah, I think that's so true. PAT brought to you by Tim Eccles and Fitz Johnson. And it's a good callback to the end of the first half where they really had a surefire touchdown they were not able to connect on. But instead, it's Dunwoody on the road, technically speaking, leading 24-0. We'll take a quick timeout. We'll be right back after this.
We're here for the walk-offs.
And that'll do it. Start the buses.
The shutouts.
Struck him out. 10 strikeouts for Strider.
The RBI singles. Double plays. Triple threats.
3-run home run.
The moments that make you nervous. And the ones that keep you coming back for more.
As clutch as it gets.
No matter what your favorite Braves moment is, it happens here. Peachtree Sports Network. The Braves play here.
Welcome to Athletes Unlimited Pro Volleyball. 44 of the best players on the planet on 4 teams. The excitement and anticipation are over. Time to lace them up and go play.
We've seen some of the best players in the world come through these doors, but the overwhelming sentiment, excitement.
The chase for the championship is on.
Everyone has a ritual. That small thing we do to keep us focused.
What do you do to keep your head in the game? To drown out the self-doubt and help your mental health.
Michael Harris does it again.
Because being the best isn't just about taking care of your body.
It's about taking care of your mind and mental health. Find the resources you need to keep your mental health a priority.
The GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com drive for the GHSA state title is sponsored by Army ROTC. Be all you can be with Army ROTC. The Georgia Sheet Metal and Air Conditioning Contractors Association. CareersInSheetMetal.com. Building a solid future. The Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office. Serve and protect through dedication, professionalism, and active cooperation with the community. And by the Mechanical Trades Institute, the best-kept secret everyone should know about.
Welcome back. Brandon Adams, Rusty Manziel. Our kickoff here coming up brought to you by Legacy Structures. And you never really know how it's going to go in high school football. Get these 2 teams on paper. You know, I had this as a close, hard-fought game that would likely go down to the wire, maybe a little low scoring. And I would have never imagined that with 3:06 to go in the third quarter, Dunwoody would be leading 24-0. And a lot of that obviously belongs to Bradley Stevens. We'll give you a scoring summary brought to you by Brady Pass Management to recap the 3 scores he put together. But it's going to be one of those situations of, you know, Chamblee left a lot of meat on the bone.
Yes,
and
they did.
And every opportunity Dunwoody's had, they've taken advantage of it.
Yep. Listen, I'll say this about Dunwoody. They played a really clean game.
They have.
And they've taken advantage of their opportunities. You know, when you look at Chamblee, you go, what if? Well, on the Dunwoody side is we did what we needed to do, and we also handled business offensively and running to the football.
Interesting to see if some of the explosiveness that we'd maybe expected to see from Chamblee is going to come out here. And then right away you get Jazz Lewis involved there. That's the son of Jamal Lewis, the former Baltimore Raven running back.
Yeah, I saw Jamal earlier.
Jamal, of course, in our Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame, representing the Douglas Astros. Braden Dawson, an empty backfield. Will look left side. Now trying to find something. Now just gets rid of it. Lewis may have shaken free, but by the time he did, Doss was just trying to avoid a sack, and there's an injured Dunwoody player. Looks like it may be a cramp.
Yeah, it's hard to believe, but you never know how these kids are during the day. You know,
Yeah.
like that. You taking your water, or you hydrating?
Yeah, it's not exactly cramp season.
No.
It appears to be the sophomore defensive end, Darius Hall, who is down. Who is down. Give us a chance to see the Chamblee schedule, brought to you by Georgia Sheet Metal and Air Conditioning Contractors Association. This is a team that's played good football as of late, winning 2 straight after having lost 5 of 6 prior to that. Taking out Lakeside and Tri-Cities. Go back and look early in the season, though, you know, games against Tucker and Southwest DeKalb, those were games they play without their quarterback Braden Doss. So a couple of the lopsided losses from earlier this season were games in which Doss didn't play. And that is Darius Hall coming off. And Doss, listen, he got starting experience last year as a freshman. Where's our injury report, brought to you by Northside Hospital. Doss got some experience last year as a freshman. Good enough to earn all region honors with 1,250 yards. 650 rushing yards, too. He's going to throw here, trying to connect with Lewis. Lewis does a good job of getting behind the defense.
I think he's got some juice to him, obviously, and kind of like he's explosive. He's not the biggest guy right now, still young, but he's got a little different gear than what they've kind of showed me. He's able to separate.
Talking about Braden Doss, the quarterback, comes from an athletic family. His sister Keelan's a Division I golfer at Oakland University, which is in Michigan.
That was the team that made the basketball run a couple years ago? The NCAA tournament?
Yeah, Oakland's been a fixture of the NCAA tournament
That's
for sure.
When I found out. I was like, there's an Oakland there?
Brother Anthony's in the Air Force. And his other brother, Sean, is a very good Division I level wheelchair basketball player. He's also played for Team USA.
That's awesome.
And as you see, not quite able to connect with William Tate, who's obviously had a great game playing defensive end, but couldn't connect with him right there. That's going to bring on Jalen Harris to punt once again.
Showing
and
pressure
it's all
right
Dunwoody
here.
right now.
They're coming.
Harris gets this low kick away. It's almost like you're playing at St. Andrews or something like that. You got to get the 9-iron low to stay underneath the wind.
Yeah.
That's almost like what that looks like.
You can blade that 7-iron.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Trust me, I know how to do that.
24-0's our score. We'll be right back.
Dang, where you get this car?
You need to join the union.
The union?
Absolutely. You can get 10 of these.
Union construction workers earn the highest wages with the best benefits and the most protection in the construction industry. Find your career in construction. Go to GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com and start your future today.
You may know Tidal Wave Auto Spa as the world's greatest car wash, but did you know Tidal Wave also has the easiest fundraiser? So easy, our mascots think they can do anything, like making the big play on the big stage. Okay, maybe just a dream, but it is a super easy fundraiser. Just sell wash tickets and watch the money come in. If your flag football team, school, church, or group needs funds, go to TidalWaveAutospa.com and get started today.
What happens after you graduate? Will you go to the next level? Will people have your back in the heat of battle? Will you still train like a champion in the pursuit of greatness? You will when you become an IBEW electrical worker. Join our team. Visit IBEW613.org.
You'll still have common days. Get caught in traffic during your commute. Overthink a text message. Get a song stuck in your head. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
$24-0 is the score. Dunwoody on top of Chamblee right now. 2:23 to go. Third quarter of play, and the Wildcats are back on offense. That's Iristorza getting up to the 40-yard line. He gets 7 on first down.
Something to watch here with 2:10 to go at 24-0. If they score in this next 2 minutes, it is a running clock.
And that is not what I had us having tonight. I know I've said that already, but I find myself needing to repeat that. I did not have a running clock being in our orbit here tonight. Of course, tomorrow, don't forget, Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame induction ceremony taking place at the College Football Hall of Fame. Distinguished class going in. Bradley Stevens went in motion. The snap wasn't handled by Corderero.
False start. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Replay, second down.
I'll tell you this. It is also a great day of college football in the SEC tomorrow.
Oh,
those games tomorrow.
Oh, trust me.
You want to talk about storylines.
You and I will be locked in tomorrow night at the College Football Hall of Fame doing our ceremonies, but I can promise you up until that door opens, we will be locked in on some football.
No doubt.
Yeah, we'll have that big screen locked in on the College Football Hall of Fame. What a place, man.
Your Stores on the carry, trying to find the right side. He's normally more of the A-back inside. Tried to find the outside edge that time. Jack Robbins was able to drive him out of bounds. Ole Miss on the road for a second straight week against a very good Oklahoma defense. That's a great game.
I'll tell you this. If Ole Miss loses that game, and say Ole Miss loses 34-24, they might be in trouble at 10-2. They don't have enough on. They don't play Alabama.
They don't have the same schedule as the rest of the teams.
I mean, they do not. They don't play Texas.
And honesty compels me to admit that a couple of years ago, when Lane Kiffin's name was mentioned for the Auburn job, we didn't see the same level of performance from Ole Miss after that. So
he said today, I think I saw Molly McGrath say, he said he's going to dress to Florida with his team, and I'm just telling you, this is a huge game.
Strike thrown to Bradley Stevens, who took a big shot and stayed on his feet into Chamblee territory. How about that for Bradley Stevens? Absorbed a big blow and just kept right on going. And Cortero threw him a strike.
Well, that was a dart. Look at this. Good job, snag it. Took a lick. Good balance right there, man.
Impressive.
Put his foot down, absolutely. Put his hand down.
You love that contact balance. I know you do.
Hey, it's been all night now.
Look, to finish the point on Kiffin, obviously he's done well at Ole Miss, and he's gotten great support from the NIL standpoint there. But if you want to win a national championship, I think you got to go to Florida.
I don't know either way, but he has a house in Boca. I mean, he likes a good tan.
He does enjoy that tan.
So we'll see.
But what we're seeing right now is Dunwoody on top. Their fans are loving it. They got 12 minutes to go here to cap off a rivalry win and a region conquest. We'll come back and show you the final 12 minutes next on Atlanta News First.
Saving money is now more important than ever for seniors. But if you purchased a $9.95 guaranteed acceptance plan, you could easily find yourself overpaying for very little life insurance coverage. With the $9.95 rate, a 65-year-old male receives less than $900 in coverage. For $10,000 in coverage, he would pay over $110 a month with a 2-year waiting period. Fortunately, with Senior Life Insurance Company, he pays less than $58 a month for $10,000 in protection. There's no waiting period, no medical exam, and he saves over $600 a year by choosing Senior Life. A 65-year-old female saves over $400 a year. Don't overpay for your life insurance. Call now to see how much money you could save with Senior Life. We could help you get cash back from your current overpriced policy. Call now to lock in your coverage and low monthly rate. For your free quote, call now.
Washington Media Scholars Foundation, empowering the next generation of professionals through scholarships, career opportunities, and industry connections. Compete for over $150,000 in scholarships and win an all-expenses-paid networking trip to Washington, D.C. Connect with leading companies in media, broadcasting, and digital communications. Enhance your skills and accelerate your career. Visit mediascholars.org and apply today.
Fourth quarter action set to begin. Dunwoody leads Chamblee 24-0. Annan has the football as well on the 28-yard line. Fourth quarter presented by IBEW Local 613. Some personnel changes for Dunwoody here. And then Matthew Schmitz had to call timeout. I believe he had 12 guys in the field.
I don't know if the officials caught it, but you could hear the coach in the box going, we got 12, we got 12. So he calls timeout, but I don't know if the officials got it.
Give us a check. It'll give us a chance, I should say, to give a shout out once again to Breda Pest Management. You love them as a part of our Breda Pest Management score ticker. You also love them taking care of those critters in your attic, because if you got critters creeping up there, you better call Breda Pest Management to get a highly trained expert to kick those critters out. Under the Breda Wildlife Guarantee, if any critters return, you're covered at no additional cost. Breda, they handle bugs and critters. So still sitting right at 12 minutes.
Interesting tonight. As soon as the game's over, we'll have our Score Atlanta scoreboard. Be a lot of games to watch, a lot of games to catch up on. Craig Sager Jr. and our team will be able to forecast kind of what's going on in regions and what games to look at next week. I'm already. There's a lot of region championship games next week.
It restores are right up the gut, down to the 16-yard line. He'll come off the field now.
Looks like Kale will be the region champ out of that, and next week,
that's a tough region too.
Oh my goodness,
that's a tough region to win.
Trinity and Cambridge will play to be a 2 or 3 seed,
which obviously a lot of our audience is aware of. That's the difference between hosting a first-round playoff games and going on the road in the first round. Red Zone presented by Iron Workers Local 387. Handoff now to Bradley Stevens. Stevens going to pick up a first down.
Getting in that territory, and you see Chamblee making some substitutions, but they've been on the field a long time tonight. Long time.
Yeah, obviously for the loser of this game, which if the score holds, looks like Chamblee, you're starting to think about now, okay, you drop to 3-3 in region play. Now it's the difference between not hosting or going on the road. It's the difference between, as Stevens going to get wrapped up. I tell you what, he does a great job of staying on his feet. He'll put that hand on the ground to balance himself, and he has absorbed contact. He did it on the reception a moment ago. He does it on the carry there.
Look at that.
That is, I mean, that's a matrix-type move. Not easy to do at all.
Good thing the airport's closed, because they'd be life-flighting me if I tried to do that.
Exactly. Just to finish the point, the loser of this game obviously hoping to make the postseason, and obviously at 3-3, you'll do a lot of scoreboard watching the rest of the way on that. It's been mostly on the ground for Dunwoody tonight. It's been a lot of Bradley Stevens, and how about that? 4th touchdown of the evening. Bradley Stevens, 0 FG energy drink touchdown. I don't know that we've ever had an easier MVP to give out.
I mean, I'm typing right now.
I don't know that our
sent that in.
MVP's ever been easier than this. Christian Lee, PAT. Brought to you by Tim Eccles, Fitz Johnson, Public Service Commissioners, on ballots in November. We appreciate them being a part of this. I had a chance to talk to Tim Eccles the other day. He was enjoying being a part of high school football, which we're thankful for that. We're also thankful to have all of you watching tonight, too. Impressive showing by Dunwoody.
Switch your termite protection to Breda, and your rate is locked in for 10 years.
Not only do we protect you from termites coming back at no charge, we fix the damage at no charge, but the remainder of your contract is free if termites ever come back.
Breda Pest Management is better at keeping termites out, and they'll lock in your termite rate for 10 years.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
The Georgia Sheet Metal JATC provides apprentices with free training and careers that are stable and essential to the operation of the modern world. Both craft jobs and management positions offer lucrative pay with benefits as well as the stability of a growing industry. Skilled journeymen in the sheet metal industry are essential to our community now and in the future. Learn more about free technical training with no student debt at our website, careersinsheetmetal.com.
Struggling with food insecurity can feel lonely, yet every community across America is affected by hunger, which is why our Kroger associates work together to rescue nutritious food that would otherwise go to waste in an effort to donate 3 billion meals by 2025. Because we believe everyone should have access to fresh, delicious food. Join the Kroger Zero Hunger, Zero Waste Foundation to defeat hunger and eliminate food waste.
Transform your outdoor space with Inspired Landscape Solutions Incorporated. With 34 years of expertise and a passion for innovation, we offer full-service maintenance, custom hardscape, outdoor living design, irrigation, lighting, and so much more. Whether you're envisioning a serene garden retreat or a vibrant outdoor entertainment area, we bring your dreams to life. Inspired Landscape Solutions, where creativity meets craftsmanship.
Ironworkers Local 387 is proud to sponsor tonight's game, building the bridges, buildings, and stadiums that bring our communities together. Just like these athletes, the Ironworkers bring strength, skill, and teamwork to every job. We are proud to support our local high school football.
Thank you so much, Robert. Welcome back. And here's the Golden Spike. That will be the prize that goes to the winner of this game tonight. I love a trophy rivalry game, and this is certainly one of those. And it certainly looks like it's going to rest with Dunwoody here this evening.
This kicker, I don't know what's going on with him.
Yeah, he's got a booming leg.
But this dude here's got a cannon.
So 31-0, Dunwoody leads. We'll see our scoring summary here, which gives you a chance to see that fourth rushing score for Bradley Stevens. And interestingly enough, Stevens has doubled up his touchdown total on the season tonight. Coming in tonight, he had 4 rushing touchdowns. He had 4 tonight. He leads with 8. So this is, in many ways, a career night for him.
Yeah, great opportunity to playing on statewide television and being able to stream it nationwide. Great night to have a coming out party.
So obviously the outcome of this game feels, to a degree, decided. You'd like to see Chamblee get something going on offense here. Well-designed play turns into a pitch to Isaiah Cohen. Cohen gets a gain up to the 28-yard line, so he picks up 8 on first down. And these are the kinds of offensive plays that we probably thought we'd see a lot more from Chamblee.
A little more east-west stuff, and a little more get your guys out in space. And listen, when you're dealing with a lot of young players and things don't go your way, you don't know how they're going to react. But I do think moving forward for Chamblee, these young guys, this young sophomore class, they got some guys to build around. Obviously, it starts at quarterback, but a lot of speed.
Keep in mind, when Bob Swank became the coach here at Chamblee, they'd been playing a non-region schedule. Had really fallen on hard times. He's resurrected to the point now they've had a couple of trips to the playoff. If they can make it this year, it'd be the 3rd in 4 years. Zeke Corrado takes the screen. Doesn't get much, but it is enough for a first down. How about Roswell on top of Gainesville right now, 30-28 in the fourth quarter?
Flipping a bracket now.
That would change a lot of things after Gainesville got what you thought was the tougher win
and you got to
against Milton.
Coach Niblett all week was like, guys, that's over. We got to reset here and go in a game like this.
We'll keep our eye on that. Braden Doss with time, but no one to throw to. Now going to throw it into traffic. Pass caught by Edward Reed. That's the son of Ed Reed, the offensive coordinator.
I want to take a second, Brandon, we cover Georgia, and we had a chance to watch his last high school game. And what an answer by Gunnar Stockton.
Oh, my gosh.
What an answer by Gunnar Stockton last week.
You really can't play better than that.
I mean, 5 touchdowns.
And I think that one of the things that had really drawn Georgia to Gunnar was all the intangible characteristics. We know how much of that he has.
Yes.
As Doss going to try to run around, make something happen. He finally dumps it off. Are they going to let him get that one here?
Probably will.
Outside the tackle box, they'll probably say. Yeah. So the character, the love of his teammates, Gunnar had all of that.
12 for 12 in the second half.
And what he showed you in the game was, in addition to the intangible characteristics, the tangible stuff, how you throw it, the 22-yard rushing touchdown.
Yes.
He just took his game to another level.
I told everybody on every podcast, and you do it all week on Dog Nation Daily, I told everyone, take that game manager title and throw it away.
Absolutely.
That's a wrap for him. That is a true dual-threat quarterback. That is a kid that gives you issues when you game plan against Georgia, and excited to see what he does next week against Florida coming out of a bye week, because that was an outstanding performance. One of the best games I've ever seen in Sanford Stadium.
Running play here goes to the quarterback, Braden Doss, who gets into Dunwoody Wildcat territory.
I've said it all week. Georgia fan base owes me a thank you, because I left the press box with about 3 minutes to go in the third.
Hey, listen, I've done that a few times too. Where
I just felt like it was too buttoned up there, and I need to be where I could really lather up.
When the game is not,
I had to get there.
When the game gets a little tight, I do find myself, because in the press box, listen, I'm thankful to have anywhere to sit.
Yeah.
But sometimes you're sitting a little tight, and everybody's going to be quiet.
Yeah,
that gets to be a
quiet.
little stuffy for me every now and then.
I've seen you get up and walk out.
I need to have a little change in momentum sometimes. Pass complete to Jazz Lewis.
I went to the field level and sat with some former Georgia players, and let me tell you, there's a little different crowd on the field down there with that box, and you could see the excitement with Georgia, and that was the first time that I saw Trinity Chambliss kind of start panicking. Those feet were moving, inaccurate passes and those things, and I think this is a huge game for him tomorrow in Ole Miss at Oklahoma. Oklahoma's favored by 5.5. They're very good defensively. That is a huge game.
Can I give you another game, too?
Yeah.
So we're getting very close to Texas A&M being better than they've ever been.
Correct.
Not just in your lifetime, in like your grandparents' lifetime.
Correct, yeah.
They haven't been number one since the 1930s. As you see, took a big hit. Doss was trying to keep that play alive as long as he could. Finally took a big hit. David Remigallo is going to pull him back up after that. Obviously just trying to make a good football play, but Doss really took a shot to the chest on that. We hope he's okay. We'll see it again.
Yeah, they're at LSU at night. Listen, he took a shot right there.
Yeah, just driving that right into
play.
the number. Yeah, just a good, clean football play. So you've got the opportunity there. And on the flip side, man, LSU is so far below what their preseason expectations were.
No, they're 5-2, right?
They are, but they're not.
It seems like they're 3-6.
That's a really good point.
Huge game. They're 5-2. It's at night. It's at Tiger Stadium. They will be on you. And you want to talk about a crowd to be lathered up tomorrow night.
Oh, my gosh. I'm really excited about that. And so it looks like Braden Doss is now, hopefully for precautionary reasons, because obviously the final score is essentially decided. Doss is going to come out of the game after taking that big shot. So we'll see. New quarterback, I think, coming in. Is it going to be, I think it's going to be Edward Reed in at quarterback. Now, he has played some at quarterback. He's a receiver and defensive back, the son of Ed Reed, now in at quarterback. And he's going to just take off and run on first down and get a gain inside the 30, down near the 27. So another first down for Chamblee.
Got an update on a score. I've been watching Athens Academy Wednesday shootout over Raven County, 49-46.
You saw the numbers for Reed as receiver. And now Braden Doss, to his credit, is going to come back in. So they checked him out for a play. He's healthy enough to come back in. We're certainly glad to see that.
Yep.
Orbit motion here for Jalen Harris. Now a throw.
Oh, he took a shot, too, again.
Yeah, he took another big shot.
The senior defensive end. But
they're going to say that Lewis didn't hold on to that. Jazz Lewis, not happy about that. He thought he made the catch.
That was a great ball. Get a second look at that. It's Big Jack Abbott, who's been in there all night long, big 44. I don't know if that wasn't late or not, but let's see if we can get the catch. I don't know about that.
So the ball touched the ground.
Yeah,
now the ball
usually you don't
ground.
get that one on a replay.
Yeah.
Watch this shot he takes right here, about 44.
Yeah, he's a tough kid.
Yep. Stands right back in for the next play.
I think the problem is they're going to say he didn't have full possession of it before the ball touched the ground. Tried to connect with Jalen Harris there,
man, he is.
But instead, Duke White almost had an interception. White, who's been playing more at cornerback lately because of an injury to Chase Casey. .704. The running clock never quite came.
Well, I tell you, we don't root for things like that, but sometimes we're like, you know what? I think everybody would have been okay with that tonight, the way this one was going. Chance for the younger kids to play.
That's right. Doss now going to dump it off. Little higher than Zeke Corrado could have come up with there. That's going to bring up fourth down, and you got to be careful here. There's a little bit of chippiness in the line of scrimmage after that. And Dunwoody coach is going to quickly get their guys out of it because that's the last thing they want to get mixed up with right now.
Yeah, you don't want to get anything crazy because it could get you out of next week's game and penalties and.
Of course, this is a rivalry game, so the passions run deep here.
Yeah.
It's North DeKalb Stadium. It's on the campus of Chamblee High School.
And I'm not going to say it's been here a while, but Score Atlanta owner I.J. Rosenberg said he played high school here.
How about that?
Just saying. Not sure that was on turf either.
Doss from an empty backfield, looking to the end zone, and there you go.
Wow.
Chamblee gets on the board. Brock Ryan gets his second touchdown of the year, this one from 28 yards out. It's a Zero FG energy drink touchdown.
Great throw and catch here.
We'll also call this our electrifying play of the half, brought to you by IBEW Local 613.
I believe that was that 3rd and 20?
Yeah. Boy, for Chamblee, a lot of, what could have beens in many respects.
Yeah, a lot of teaching tape here.
Jake Greshup's PAT is good. The extra point brought to you by Tim Eccles and Vince Johnson, Public Service Commissioners, on ballots in November. So here in the Land of News First tonight, it's been all Dunwoody, but Chamblee has gotten on the board. Stay with us.
I love my work caring for people. I often assist women who struggle with urinary incontinence, women who have fallen trying to reach the bathroom, or who have damaged skin from too much wetness. It can take a toll on them. At home, I worried for my mother. A lack of sleep due to bladder leakage affected her life. That's why I'm so glad the PureWick system is available for home use. It's an innovative option for women who experience moderate to severe bladder leakage. This external system uses a soft, flexible wick placed outside the body to draw urine away from the body and into a collection canister. It's non-invasive and designed to keep the skin dry and stay in place. We trust it to help her throughout the night, so we're all better rested and can enjoy the things we love together.
Order yours online at purewickethome.com or call 800-562-3071 today. New external catheters for women and men available for home use. Call 800-562-3071 today.
You have to see it. You have to hear it. The action is clear. Every play, every tackle, every touchdown in breathtaking detail. Rich, vibrant colors that bring the field to life and sound so powerful you'll feel like you're in the stadium. And it's all free over the air now. Make your next TV a next-gen TV.
Visit AtlantaNewsFirst.com/nextgen to learn more.
6:46 to go, fourth quarter of play. Dunwoody leads 31-7. Chamblee getting on the board a moment ago. Brock Ryan on the receiving end of a touchdown from sophomore quarterback Braden Doss. Kickoff brought to you by Legacy Structures. Looks like
the hands team.
Jake Grisha may be trying for the onside kick. Now he steps. I think he's going to try it here.
Oh yeah.
Ball will bounce. Didn't get that high bounce.
You know, the thing I've been seeing lately is the kickers lay it on the ground and they try to get the twist.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
Lay it flat.
We'll go back and see the play again with our scoring summary brought to you by Breda Pest Management. Well, in the NFL, because you have to declare your intent to try the onside, it's essentially eliminated in the NFL.
Oh yeah.
It's just not.
It's one a year now, in the entire league.
Yeah, but it's so hard to get the end over end high bounce where it kicks up like that maybe laying it flat and getting the spin like that maybe gives you an extra chance.
It's like catching a knuckle ground ball.
And really, if you're laying the ball flat like that, I think what you're doing is you're essentially daring the receiving team, the hands team, to come up and field it before 10 yards. Because a lot of those ones that are laid on their side, they move pretty slow. Boy, Thomas County Central just keeps right on rolling, and they're up 24-7 over Houston County at last track.
Got a player down, man. You hate to see this late. I believe that's number 51 offensive lineman.
Yeah, that's Josh Gentile, the junior left tackle.
Boy, you do
that's not a good sign.
Not this late. Not this late.
It appears they're tending to his leg.
You look at Thomas County Central, I believe they're around 32 seniors.
Yeah.
I mean, they are going to be tough to deal with.
Justin Rogers done a great job with that program. We'll also look at the Dunwoody schedule brought to you by Georgia Sheet Metal and Air Conditioning Contractors Association. Of course, lost last week to Woodward Academy, team we saw earlier this season. But prior to that, had won 3 of 4. Lost in close fashion to St. Pius to begin the season at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Finishing off regular season finale against Shiloh next week. Can you believe that?
I don't even want to talk about it. I believe they are asking for...
Yeah, Josh Gentile still down right now.
I hate to see that, man. 31-7, 6 minutes to go, and you left tackle. Man.
I don't want to speculate too much because obviously I'm not trained to do so, but they were certainly working on his leg.
Yeah.
It appeared to be in the area of his knee, but as I said, that is far from an official diagnosis, but medical personnel is going to come out. Now, sometimes this can be precautionary because it's a very big man to get off the field, and sometimes you just need extra help. We certainly hope that's what that is, but this would not appear to be a cramping situation, obviously. If it's more serious than a minor injury, it is rotten luck for Dunwoody with the game in hand to lose their starting left tackle. Gentile, a junior. Still being tended to here right now.
Yeah, I believe they're asking for the card just to help get him off. Seems he's talking and got movement, but I believe they want to get the wagon here.
6'3", 225 pounds is what he's listed as. We'll go back and look at some of the scores from Bradley Stevens earlier today. Quite a game for him. 4 rushing touchdowns, doubling up his season total. Accounting for all of the Dunwoody touchdowns here tonight. Christian Lee added a field goal right at the end of the half, which was a well-designed drive that chewed up the final moments of that first half. And Gentile now going to be helped onto the card. He's not able to put weight on that leg. Right leg, I believe, is the one that he was not able to put weight down on. Getting some love from his coaching staff. You see family and friends gathered around him. Hard to tell. He's got a visor on, a clear visor. Hard to tell a facial expression about if he's, how severe it is based on that. Now the helmet comes off. I'm sure he's just as concerned as anybody wants to find out, I guess, about his condition. That's maybe why you're not seeing much of a reaction from him right now. But we certainly send him our prayers. Hopefully this is a minor injury, and hopefully he's right back at it next week. And as Dunwoody starts to think about the state playoffs, that he's there for that.
He's got kind of a smile on his face. You tell that's his mom, because she's got the mom pace.
Yeah. And the cart was really just to help him get off the field. Clearly in some pain right now. Hate that for that young man. Hope he's okay. And everybody in the Dunwoody community, we send along our encouragement to you that ends up being better news than perhaps it could possibly appear to be, as Bradley Stevens has another successful run, getting to the 40-yard line. Moving the chains again. The new left tackle in the game for Dunwoody is Joseph Morrow. Morrow's also a defensive tackle on defense. Hand off to Stevens again.
Oh, he's had a great game.
Being called on now just to get those hard yards that might salt this one away.
(31-7) in no hurry. Clock running. 2nd and 1.
One of the things that was fun to see from both these teams tonight was the excitement they both had about playing on television. Now, Dunwoody had been on television with us earlier this year.
No question.
Both these teams, though, really felt like the television aspect elevated their rivalry game. And I'll tell you what else I really loved. We heard from both teams on this. They really love being connected to the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah.
Tonight.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I know these are pups right here, but the amount of people that were sitting in that end zone tonight.
Oh, yeah.
the star power that was sitting in that end zone tonight.
Yeah, if you're just joining us earlier, we had Harris Barton, who's a Dunwoody grad, Steve Wallace, who's a Chamblee grad. To be able to have both of them representing their various schools.
Great quote by Harris Barton. He said there's 2 seasons in Georgia's football season and spring football.
Yeah. Clock running 4:30. He restores it, gets the handoff here.
That's amazing.
Churn his way down to the 21. You got about 5, 6.
It's amazing some of the states that you think about that didn't have spring football. Like Virginia didn't have it, North Carolina didn't have it. Now you can do workouts and 7-on-7s and those things, but I'm talking about in the state of Georgia, you get 10 days of pads in a spring game.
How many years approximately has there been the opponent other than yourself spring game in Georgia?
So I will say this. I went to see Derrick Henry play bowls in a spring game. There was 10,000 people.
Yeah.
When I came back, I talked to several high school coaches and I said, "You want to talk about a fundraiser? Have a spring game. Helps you get money through. It gives your kids something to do."
Yeah.
And I talked to Dr. Hines early on in that, but I remember going to see Derrick Henry play bowls, and I'm telling you, Brandon, there was 10,000 people at that game. Every college coach you could think of. And
yeah, Yulee just up the road, Jacksonville. They're 2 very local programs.
You got a unicorn basically against that school. And, you know, I didn't change it, but I certainly brought some attention, the money side of it.
I think it's a good idea.
Teams were trying to find ways to make money. You get a spring gate.
And I tell you what's also helpful for that, too, and a lot of coaches would be able to tell you the same thing, is you want guys to come out for spring practice.
Right.
And when you have the promise of an actual game at the end of that,
yes,
it makes it feel more real.
And I love the option. You don't have to, and you get 2 fall scrimmages. You get 2 fall scrimmages if you don't have a spring game, but I certainly like the option there, and I still think it ramps things up a little bit. You know, I'm interested in what the world of college football looks like in spring practice 2 years from now.
Yeah, with the possibility that you might consider. I mean, I know there's some programs want to do it. I have a hard time believing we're ever doing that in college football, though.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you disagree, but
what do you mean, saying that we get rid of it?
No, that we ever have
spring games.
Like Fran Brown and some talking about wanting to play another opponent.
I know that sounded good for paper, but no, you don't want to. You know, Kalen DeBoer doesn't want to lose a wide receiver playing Middle Tennessee State.
So let me ask you, since at least if the prevailing,
I would love it.
Pitch is actually becomes the way that the sport operates. If there's only one portal window and it's earlier in the beginning of the year in January,
I think spring games are going to still be there.
Which, listen, I love spring games.
Yes.
I love Georgia's G-Day. I know
100%.
all of the various fan bases that are watching us right now. I think they would like to have those.
Georgia State lost 7 starters in May. They lost 7 starters in the portal window.
Yeah.
I mean, when you eliminate that and teams can do the spring game, it's a great recruiting thing. But you think Dale McGee wants to have his team on TV?
No.
When you go through something like that? So now that spring portal window has been eliminated, I think we'll go back to a lot more focus on spring games and those types of things.
And if the new portal window for college football that's going to be in January, which is a huge inconvenience for the playoff teams, but as Kirby Smart, the Georgia coach, said before, there's no crying from the yacht when it comes to stuff like that.
No doubt.
But if you can have, and if it can survive the legal challenges that are destined to come, I think there's a lot of optimism about what college football can be just by fixing that part of the college ball calendar, I think. Later is better, and one portal window is, I think, far better than to have the 2.
I talked to a lot of college coaches, and not just at Georgia. I mean, all over different levels. Brandon, the amount of kids that tried to come in and redshirt in the last month,
it's awful.
I mean, that's just a slippery slope, man. We got to get all that stuff fixed.
Well, it's not good for player or program because in these high school players out here tonight, they're an example of this too. You can't play football 1 foot in, 1 foot out.
Correct.
You just can't. It's the kind of sport you've got to be all in on. .75 seconds left in the game. Well, it's going to be a big night for the Dunwoody Wildcats. Capping that off here in the final moments, but I tell you, this Chamblee defense still playing really hard. Ahmad Berry, one of the guys that gets a stop there.
I tell you what, we're going to have an unbelievable night tomorrow night at the Georgia. It's a college football Hall of Fame with the Georgia High School Hall of Fame. But I can tell you what, there's some moms around the state that are ready for Pumpkin Patch Saturday.
Hey, they're ready to go. I saw you put that on X this week. So funny.
Pumpkin Patch Saturday, Georgia bye week in October. My goodness, there are going to be some hay rides tomorrow
and you got some real fall weather for it.
Yeah, be some apple cider tomorrow somewhere.
So they're going to finish off this game and then their field goal try for Christian Lee.
Get some work in.
15 seconds left. He's going to kick a 34-yard field goal, and that's good. And so that makes it 34-7 with 9 seconds to go. So stay with us after we're done. Kaylee Mansell will have a conversation with Matthew Schmitz, the first-year Dunwoody head coach, celebrating this victory. And then we'll have post-game coverage for you coming from our Score Atlanta studio in suburban Atlanta here, getting ready for that. And as Rusty said, scores around the state. That fun game between Gainesville and Roswell, what happens there. Region 1 battle down in 6A where there's all kinds of jockeying for playoff position there. At last check, Colquitt County had a lead tonight over Camden County. So we'll be following all of that. Touchback here will just about bring this one to a close. North Oconee gets a win over Flowery Branch. Obviously, life after Kamari Brooks for them.
They are really banged up. I'm not sure Harrison Faulkner played in that game tonight. I mean, they've got to get ready and get healthy.
I think Harrison Faulkner is the best quarterback we've seen this year.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Now, we haven't ever in person we haven't seen a quarterback in the state.
Yes.
But of the games we broadcast, I believe starting that night, Faulkner played about as well as anybody has. Our truck is also agreeing that Faulkner probably played the best of any quarterback we've seen. He was really sharp that night and has been for the entirety of his career. By the way, we saw Faulkner at Jefferson. And speaking of Jefferson, they get a big region win tonight over Cherokee Bluff, 31-10. And that is going to bring this one to a close. And Dunwoody is going to celebrate a region win over rival Chamblee. They'll get the Golden Spike trophy. And they'll move to 4-2 in region play with a real shot in advancing into the postseason here. I was impressed by Dunwoody tonight.
I was. Defensively now, I mean, I thought offensive line, they controlled the line of scrimmage, but defensively, I thought they really ran to the ball. There's two linebackers like Jack Abbott, number 44, gave him the defensive MVP. I thought 43, David Rimagalo, the other senior linebacker, I thought he was really good. Just a really clean game from Dunwoody, and you see the result tonight. Is that 3 in a row for them?
2 of the last 3 they've won. Yeah.
Okay.
And obviously, such a challenging season in the face of Coach Mike Nash's passing, who had this year gone to Chattahoochee County, but had been head coach at Dunwoody for the last 10 years. So you know these wins, especially against rivals, continue to mean so much to them. We'll also send well wishes out there. We saw Josh Gentile, the left tackle for Dunwoody, leave with injury. Seemed like it could be a significant one to what appeared to be, we'll call a
concerning
leg.
At least, yeah.
Yeah, and so we hope that's certainly okay.
Yeah, I like that.
How about a nice celebration here as the Dunwoody players.
That's what it's about right
with
there.
those students there. So a big night. 34-7 is the final. Dunwoody wins against Chamblee. Our Kaylee Mansell is standing by with first-year head coach Matthew Schmitz right now. Kaylee, take it away.
And now it's time for our winning coaches interview presented by the Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office. But before we do that, we've got a golden spike that needs to be given to Matthew Schmitz for getting the win here tonight.
Congratulations, Coach. Thank you. Thank you.
Back to Dunwoody. We're seeing a lot of Dunwoody on that board. What does it mean to have it in your possession?
I mean, it should never leave, right? No, it's great to keep it, and especially what we get to do, that was Coach Nash's last bash last year. I think this is definitely going to be for Coach Nash this year. We lost him a couple weeks ago, and his name's going to go on that plaque one more time, so it means a lot.
Obviously, a big rivalry win. What's the message to the team? You haven't got the chance to talk to him yet. What are you going to say?
Man, this one's fun. This one was fun, and we just got to keep on going. Everything we want's right in front of us. We got a big one next week, so we'll enjoy this one tonight, and we'll get back to work tomorrow. Ready?
Yeah, speaking of next week, you guys did so many things right tonight. What's some of that momentum that you're hoping to carry with you from what you guys did right on the field tonight?
I think just keep on keeping on. We're believing, we're having fun, we love each other, we love playing together, so just keep doing what we're doing.
So right next to you, we've got our MVP for the night. What do you make of his performance?
I mean, he does what he does. It was Bradley. He's a Swiss Army knife for us, return man, slot man. Today with some injuries, he had to get the ball carried a little more, and of course he performed like we knew he would, so he had a big night.
Well, congratulations to you. The golden spike looks nice on you. With that, we'll go ahead and bring in your MVP tonight. It is Bradley Stevens, multiple touchdowns. You got your team rooting for you. So we're going to ask you some questions, but before we do that, we've got two things for you. First thing, this is our Kroger game ball. It has been signed by all of our MVPs. You can take it, put your signature on it. Every single person that's won this award has also signed the ball. So this is the part where I 100% judge your signature. You're lefty. That's cool.
I'm a lefty, yeah.
Got a little blood on your hand, I see, too. That's how I know it was a tough game.
Working out there, so
you can give that back to her. And then this one is for you to keep tonight. You are Robbie Hunter MVP, presented by GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com. Yeah, a little harder to take home. Immediately after the game, all of you guys go running up to the student section. What does it mean, not just for you guys, but the student body to be able to have this rivalry win?
I mean, it means so much for the community. We've been working all year. We're looking forward to this game every single year. It's the biggest rivalry we have, and it just feels great to beat them, for sure.
Such a dominant performance from you. Scored the first 3 touchdowns for this team. What was your read on the defense? What was working right for you guys?
I want to give a shout-out to the O-line. They were definitely blocking very well. And, it all starts with them, and they were making all the holes, and I was just hitting them, so.
No pressure or anything, but your entire team is watching you right now. I'm going to give you the mic. You can say whatever you want to them.
Hey, let's go, boys. Let's keep this momentum up for the next game. Let's beat Shiloh. Let's host a playoff game, and let's keep going from there.
Let's go.
Congratulations to you and your team. All right, when we come back, we'll have our offensive and defensive players of the game for tonight.
Illegal use of hands and proper training.
GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com has 14 different highly skilled trades with tuition-free training in our certified apprenticeship programs to train you the right way. Find your career at GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com.
What happens after you graduate? Will you go to the next level? Will people have your back in the heat of battle? Will you still train like a champion in the pursuit of greatness? You will when you become an IBEW electrical worker. Join our team. Visit IBEW613.org.
A journeyman with Local 85, when you turn out, you can be hitting 6 figures.
Hey, I have your back, you have my back, we're going to do this together. We're one for all for one.
College just wasn't for me. Let's look into actual career jobs that wouldn't take college, where I wouldn't, lose money and all that. Instead of losing a lot more money at the end, why not make money and make more money at the end?
We saw some squirrels were trying to get into the attic. I hear those squirrels still scampering through because I didn't go through those services initially.
Our job is to go up there and figure out where they're getting in and trap and remove and get those unwanted guests out. But then the next big step is not just seal the entry point where the critter got in, but seal the entire roof line. The most common mistake is only sealing the entry point you see.
Breda, afraid of bugs.
And welcome back. We've got our body armor players of the game tonight, our defensive player of the game, Jack Abbott, and our offensive player of the game for the first time ever in the history of our program. We've got a kicker tonight as our offensive player of the game. Of course, that's Christian Lee. I mean, since we've never had a kicker, I feel like I just have to ask the basic questions. What does a practice routine look like for you? How do you get better each and every day?
So definitely do a lot of stretching during practice. I feel like it's very important. And then work from the hashes, definitely. I do no steps, one steps, and full steps. We do a little game where we go on the end line and we try and hit the upright to make sure our kicks are going straight. But that's mainly what our practices are like.
I mean, so your team is all smiles around you watching this moment. When you have an absolute bomb of a kick, like what's the reaction on the sidelines from them? Are they gassing you up, or what's just the reaction when you have a good kick from them?
Yeah, it's awesome. Everyone gets really excited. Everyone's on the sideline hyping me up. It's awesome.
All right, Jack, I want to come to you. Just 7 points on the board tonight for Chamblee. What was the defensive game plan coming into tonight? How do you feel like you guys executed it?
It was mainly keep the quarterback contained for the D-line. He's a big scrambler, a big athlete, so just keep him in contain. And then also don't let up any of the trick plays. They have some trick plays in their back sleeve, and so we just really wanted to control that.
So all the adults we had talked to, they're obviously media trained about this rivalry game and what it means. I think to the players it means something totally different. So what does it mean for you guys to get this win tonight over a rival? I saw it getting chippy out there, so I know it's exciting for you guys. Just talk to me more about what it means to you.
It means everything. I mean, a win against Chamblee is a big W for the whole season. I mean, we worked so hard all through the summer, and all on our minds is just let's beat Chamblee. Let's beat Chamblee. Of course, you want to make playoffs and go, but beating Chamblee is super sweet.
Well, Dunwoody, congratulations tonight to you on your golden spike. You guys played an amazing game, and it was our honor to come out here and watch you guys. So with that, we've got more scores from all across the state. So we're going to head back to the studio, and once again, congratulations to Dunwoody.
I'm Jonathan Lawson. If you're 50 to 85, please listen closely. The lock I want to talk to you about isn't the one on your door. It's a rate lock for your life insurance that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up at any time for any reason. Many policies you see don't have one, but you can get a lifetime rate lock from Colonial Penn. This plan was designed for people on a fixed income with coverage options that start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. Your rate is locked in for life. Coverage can never be canceled, and your acceptance is guaranteed. You cannot be turned down because of your health. See for yourself. Call for an information kit and gift. Both are free with no obligation.
Call 1-800-828-9970 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-828-9970. 1-800-828-9970. Call now.
Dangerous heat is the word from city leaders here.
Every day, all day, stream the stories that have you talking near and far.
As we make our way closer to the house, you can see the windows.
From hundreds of local reporters and meteorologists spanning the country.
Right now, rescue crews are continuing their search for survivors.
The free Local News Live streaming app. Search LNL on your TV, on your phone. Local News Live. Your nation, your neighborhood. Always streaming, always free.
Welcome back to the Georgia High School Post-Game Show, presented by Smart Local 85. Sheet metal is a smart move.
Welcome into the Georgia High School Post-Game Show, presented by Smart Local 85. From the Breda Pest Management Sports Desk, I'm your host, Landon Knight, alongside Craig Sager and Hayden Gilbert, who are looking so sharp tonight in their Hall of Fame jackets as we prepare for our Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame induction ceremony coming up tomorrow night. That will be at the College Football Hall of Fame, and it is not too late to still get your tickets. You can get them online today or scan this QR code. And if you're tuning in with us right now, you're probably coming straight from this Dunwoody-Chamblee matchup. This was a huge, huge rival game. It was our Hall of Fame game. And honestly, I think tonight we thought it was going to end up being a lot closer. I was really looking forward to seeing this Chamblee offense being led by Braden Doss, but they were just not really able to connect tonight. I'm looking forward to seeing this team grow. They're really sophomore heavy right now. However, I do think that they have great leadership with Coach Swank. When you look at Dunwoody, they're actually very senior heavy. Tonight's win actually earns a playoff spot for them. And these schools are only a couple miles apart, so this definitely secures some bragging rights for this Dunwoody team. And honestly, when you looked at their run game tonight, I was really impressed. We talked about this all week. From what we saw from them tonight, definitely impressed with their run game. First, I just want to start off with these playoff implications. What does this mean for the region?
What's big? Dunwoody still has to play Shiloh, but this was a game where if they lose it, they could find themselves as a number 4 seed. Now they've put themselves in a position to challenge Shiloh next week. I think the most impressive thing about tonight's victory for Dunwoody is just seeing how far they've come from game 1 of the season against St. Pius and the confidence they have in this run game.
Yeah, I think, well, first off, it's really interesting playoff-wise because Dunwoody, if they had lost this game, was going to have a really hard time getting in the playoffs. That loss to Decatur kind of shook things up, and they could have missed the playoffs with the loss. They win. Next week, they'll have a chance to play Shiloh, and the winner of that game is going to be the number 2 seed out of this region. They're going to have a chance to host a playoff game, something Dunwoody hasn't done since, I believe, like 2009. It's been a really long time for Dunwoody. But then when you look at just the playoff implications for Chamblee, they still have a chance at the playoffs. They're probably they have to beat Arabia Mountain next week. It's going to be really exciting to see what happens.
And when we talk about this Dunwoody run game, I just want to ask, it's definitely a different scheme. What makes it so unique?
Well, Coach Schmitz talked about it just heading into the season, how excited he was to bring back that old school style. And he's been the offensive coordinator at Dunwoody, but if you remember last year, they were a pass-oriented offense. They lost their quarterback, Matt Perch, a multi-year starter. They lost all the receivers. And so they came in to the season knowing that the run game was going to be huge. But today, Bradley Stevens really surprised me.
Yeah, when you look at this team, this is a team that, you know, Coach Schmidt's a very interesting offensive coordinator. He has a lot of formations. He doesn't have a ton of plays, but runs a lot of these same plays out of different formations, gives defenses different looks. It's really hard to wrap your head around for these defensive coordinators and these defensive players. When you put all that together with this really good senior-laden offensive line, senior-laden running back core, you get yourself this group of players that is really hard to stop, and an offense that, when clicking like it was tonight, can just march its way down the field on 10, 11-play drives and score touchdowns that really eat clock.
And then we mentioned this was actually our Hall of Fame game, and 2 members from our Hall of Fame class being inducted tomorrow, Steve Wallace and Harris Barton. They were both actually in attendance at this game. They were also teammates for the 49ers, which I think is so incredible. But how special is it to have them be a part of this night?
I think it made the night special. I mean, this was the big storyline. Just seeing them in pregame, they were talking about how they were so close during their playing days at the 49ers, but they haven't really seen each other in a while. They haven't been able to catch up with each other's families. So this is a big opportunity for them to just watch their alma maters and then to get the recognition they deserve.
Yeah, while this may not have been the biggest game of the year or the biggest game of the night, there's so much history here. These are 2 DeKalb County teams that were really good at times in the 90s and 2000s. And when you put that together with having these 2 really good players, 2 of the best offensive linemen to ever come out of the state of Georgia that won 3 Super Bowls apiece with the 49ers, both were 3-time Pro Bowlers and All-Pros. It's really just special to see them come back and see all of these great players come back and come together for this amazing game, this amazing event.
And this is actually not the first time this season that we've seen Dunwoody play. We got to see them play in the Dave Hunter Corky Kell Classic at the beginning of the season. What kind of growth have you seen from this team after that tough loss that they saw to Pius?
Well, I think Hayden mentioned it on the show, the defense. And that was a question he had to Coach Schmitz, is how this Dunwoody defense has rose to the occasion this year. I thought they had a great game plan tonight, knowing that Chamblee was going to try to pass the ball. They were able to disrupt the timing a little bit, be aggressive. And then I just can't say enough about the game plan offensively. Now, Coach Swank of Chamblee said that they haven't really faced a team like Dunwoody this year that's going to run the football like they do out of all those formations, the off-balance sets. But I think maybe Chamblee was a little shell-shocked with just how successful Dunwoody was running the football out of the gates.
Yeah, I think when you look at the growth of this team, it's really on finishing these drives. In that game in Corky Kell, Dunwoody really dominated that game, except for 2 or 3 big plays that St. Pius had. St. Pius had 2 or 3 big pass plays that set them up in the red zone. They scored on those plays, where Dunwoody kind of got into the red zone, had to settle for field goals or turn the ball over. And it really felt like they were just finishing these drives a lot more consistently and being a lot more dominant, especially in the offensive lines in the red zone.
And then I want to talk about Chamblee quarterback Braden Doss. As we mentioned, he's really young. This is his sophomore season. We actually got to hear from him earlier in the day today, but he missed 2 games this season. That was Tucker and Southwest DeKalb due to an injury. But Coach Wink talked to us a lot about his dual threat abilities. How can we expect him to grow in the future?
Yeah, I think when you look at Braden, he's really talented. You can tell he's not completely over that injury. He's still in his throwing mechanics, especially in his lower body. You can tell that he's not 100% there. But the ball just pops off his hands, especially for a bit of a smaller quarterback, a younger quarterback that still has a lot of physical growth in him. He's just really exciting to watch, and he's really, really physically gifted.
Yeah, I think some of the balls he threw today were just on the money. The timing was a little off. The receivers didn't get their heads around. They had some plays that would have gone for touchdowns. I feel like this is a game where he went out there. He didn't really make any mistakes, but the timing was just a little off. That's something they can certainly regroup for ahead of the playoffs.
And then if you watch this game tonight, you certainly did not miss Bradley Stevens, running back for Dunwoody, #1. Clearly a huge part of their offense. How did you guys feel about his performance tonight?
I think it's going to be a night he never forgets. He was unstoppable. He was dominant. Couldn't be stopped the entire game. 4 touchdowns. I think that doubled his total for the entire season. And, I mean, that's a player of the week type performance.
Yeah, and I think when you look at it also, it's not like he was just getting these short yardage carries in the red zone. He was really driving this offense down the field. Now, there was other players that had big games, but he was just dominant from start to finish. Every play that when he was handed the ball, you knew it could go for a big play, or at least he was going to get 3 or 4 yards and set them up good for the next down.
And then that was something Coach Schmitz was talking about, that complementary football and how the defense has stepped up, and then their ability to run the football offensively, it helps out their defense. So I think this was the game we finally saw Dunwoody with that complementary football, and then special teams obviously was a huge asset for them as well, the field goals and just how they were in coverage all night.
And just to talk more about this offense, that job certainly could not have been done without their quarterback, Jack Corderero. How did you feel about his engineering of their offense tonight?
Yeah, when Dunwoody wanted to pass the ball, he was able to hit those out routes, the intermediate ones, and just do what they wanted to do, the game plan, drive the ball down the field, don't make any mistakes, don't make any errant throws. I thought he was on the money.
Yeah, I think when you look at what he was able to do, he didn't make mistakes. He didn't cost them the game. And when your running game is really churning like this, that's the big thing. Don't do anything stupid. Don't turn the ball over. Don't give the other team life when you don't have to. He made good throws. He made good decisions. A lot of it was kind of in the short intermediate game. They didn't ask him to do a ton, but when they did ask him, he really did exactly what the offense needed.
And then I want to ask about Coach Matt Schmitz. This is actually his first season with Dunwoody. We got to hear from him earlier this week as well. How do you feel about his leadership you've seen this season?
I think it's huge, and that's what's so impressive offensively is how they were able to just transform from a team last year that liked to pass the ball to this running attack this year. That shows that he had not only this hands-on approach, but he understands his personnel. He's able to fit his players into the scheme, and I thought tonight was the best they've looked all season.
Yeah, I think when you look at lots of coaches that don't work out, kind of what I've noticed is it's this rigidity, and we're going to do what we want to do, especially on offensive coaches. We're going to run the spread, even if we don't have the players to run a pass-heavy offense. We're going to run that because this is my offense. What I've been really impressed with is that's not what he's doing. He's coming in here going, hey, the last 2 years with Matt Perch, we threw 70% of the time most of the time. Now that he's gone, we don't have that kind of passing game. We're going to run the ball a ton. And what it gives me a lot of hope for is that moving forward, they're not going to worry about what kind of offense they run. They're going to run whatever their personnel allows them to run.
And then before Coach Schmitz was there, Mike Nash was actually there. What type of legacy was he able to leave with this program, and how proud would he be of this team?
Oh, super proud, and they're playing with heavy hearts is what they were talking about this year, but also that added motivation. Coach Nash was a guy that was just so personable, just in the hallways. I think it was something Coach Schmitz said that really stood out. You didn't look at him as the head coach. Sometimes the head coach at a school can be intimidating in the hallway. They don't really talk, but he really lived and breathed Dunwoody.
You know what? I think when you look at who Coach Nash was to this program, he wasn't just the head coach. He was also the athletic director for many years. He brought stability to this program. When he took over, this program was really in flux. He never had the wins that some other coaches have, but he brought stability. He brought a sense of fun to the program. And I think when you put all that together, and then at the end he started to win more. I think when you put all that together and what he meant to Dunwoody, he's leaving a legacy of love, of compassion, of that everyone that ever played under him and everyone that knew him is going to remember that he was just an amazing man.
And then I want to flip back to Chamblee again for a second. They have Coach Schwank. He's clearly been able to do a lot with this program. We mentioned they are very sophomore heavy, but how do you feel about his leadership and where this team could go in the future?
Well, I think this game was a little bit of a wake-up call defensively. Now, this is a team that you could tell physically they were a little undersized defensively in terms of the matchup. They had trouble stopping the run, but they have the skill players. I feel like if they just commit to the weight room, realize the opportunity they have ahead of them, it's going to pay off playing this many underclassmen.
Yeah, I mean, they're really talented underclassmen. These aren't your, you know, lots of times when you're playing a lot of underclassmen, you're not playing great guys. You're playing guys that really probably shouldn't be playing. I feel like most of these guys should be playing, and it's just that they're really talented, but they're really young. They're making mistakes, and I felt like, especially defensively, that was a lot of what was going wrong. It was misreads, misassignments, and that'll be fixed. They still have a chance next week if they beat Arabian Mountain to make the playoffs, and that's with this really young roster as it is. The coming years, I think, are really exciting for Chamblee.
And then I want to touch on this one more time, but with this Dunwoody defense, they only allowed 7 points tonight. What impressed you most about their defense?
Well, I mean, they did a good job just understanding what the game plan was for Chamblee. They didn't try to load the box. They trusted their secondary to be able to make the plays, not leave guys wide open, and thought they were able to disrupt the timing enough to stay within their scheme.
Yeah, they weren't bringing a lot of blitzes. They were really kind of playing just head-up football. They were making their players make the right decisions and make the right plays, and they had faith in their defense to do that. They didn't worry about what the offense was doing. I felt like they really said, we're going to do what we're going to do, and until you can beat us with what we do, we're not going to change anything.
We will be right back after this short break with more of the Georgia High School postgame show. Don't go anywhere.
Nothing is as pure and special as high school sports in the state of Georgia, and Score Atlanta is its #1 fan. High school sports are about families, kids chasing their dreams, communities supporting their teams year in and year out, neighborhood signs, and off-season workouts when nobody's looking. It's the biggest stage that young athletes get to climb for the very first time. And Score Atlanta wants to connect your brand with Georgia high school sports in ways that have never been available before. In addition to our Georgia High School Sports Daily Show, Score Atlanta provides continuous coverage of the Georgia high school football season through its televised games, stories, and rankings. Score Atlanta puts on some of the most notable events like the Corky Cal Dave Hunter Classic, the Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame, and the Georgia Elite Classic. All of these elements offer sponsors exclusive opportunities and exposure. So let's talk about how you can reach millions of people who enjoy Georgia high school sports. For more information, contact Score Atlanta today.
A journeyman with Local 85, when you turn out, you can be hitting 6 figures.
Hey, I have your back, you have my back, we're going to do this together. We're one for all for one.
College just wasn't for me. Let's look into actual career jobs that wouldn't take college, where I wouldn't, lose money and all that. Instead of losing a lot more money at the end, why not make money and make more money at the end?
Hey, does it matter if this leaks?
It don't matter to me, can't see it from my house.
Illegal use of hands, improper training.
GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com has 14 different highly skilled trades with tuition-free training in our certified apprenticeship programs to train you the right way. Find your career at GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com.
Basic combat training is a 10-week experience that will challenge you both physically and mentally. Each phase of your training will introduce you to new soldier skills, building and advancing them along the way. You and your fellow soldiers will work as a team to accomplish each mission, overcome each obstacle, and earn the right to wear the black beret of an Army National Guard soldier.
Nobody wants to hear the word roaches, because who wants to admit they have roaches?
I actually found some weird roaches. I didn't know what they were. I decided to choose Breda. I reached out to them. They check in routinely. They're explaining what they're doing, so there's a lot of clarity in the process as well. I think that just speaks to the level of safety that I feel with the organization.
The facts are, roaches are everywhere in our environment, so what are you doing to keep them out of your home?
Breda, Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
World-class training isn't just for leaders well on their way. It's for the ones just getting their footing. Seasoned pros learn through real-world experience. But so do young cadets. No other career path gives you leadership instruction that's so tested, so successful, so early. Decide to lead as an Army officer.
You may know Tidal Wave Auto Spa as the world's greatest car wash, but did you know Tidal Wave also has the easiest fundraiser? So easy, our mascots think they can do anything, like making the big play on the big stage. Okay, maybe just a dream, but it is a super easy fundraiser. Just sell wash tickets and watch the money come in. If your flag football team, school, church, or group needs funds, go to TidalWaveAutospa.com and get started today.
Welcome back into the Georgia High School postgame show. We are at the Breda Pest Management Sports Desk, and now we'll welcome Georgia High School football analyst Rusty Manziel. Rusty, thank you so much for joining us.
Appreciate you guys having me.
So, Rusty, tonight was our Hall of Fame game, Dunwoody versus Chamblee. There were a lot of inductees who are being inducted into our Hall of Fame at the game tonight. What was this atmosphere like?
But first of all, I mean, it was a great atmosphere because it was a Hall of Fame game. But I will say the atmosphere there with student bodies, both communities well represented. It was a packed house, and I kind of expected that. But great environment, a lot of support for both schools. You could tell pregame that those two teams they had this game circled for a while. I heard Chamblee, unfortunately, they lost. But when Chamblee came on the field, I heard their players going, "Hey, we've been waiting all year for this night. Let's make sure we take advantage." And you know, obviously, when you do the Hall of Fame, obviously, when you put Atlanta News first, you put Score Atlanta, and you add all those titles to a game like this to put it on TV, it ramps it up. It ramps it up that much more. Great opportunity for both schools, but just thought overnight it was a great high school football. First kind of football weather to me. It was a great night.
And Rusty, I want to talk about this Dunwoody running back, Bradley Stevens. He was actually able to double his season touchdowns tonight. Clearly able to handle business. How impressed were you with what you saw from his performance?
I mean, listen, you want to step up in a game. Tonight was the night you're on TV. I mean, this is truly, no matter where his career goes, this will be a game that he'll never forget. His teammates will never forget. His family will never forget. And to have your biggest moment in that rivalry game on TV means a lot. But I thought he did handle the post-game interview great. Singled out his offensive line. They blocked great, but I thought he was really good. I loved his balance. I mean, tough runner, and to have the result he had tonight, very impressive.
And I just want to ask also about this Dunwoody run game in general. What makes it so unique?
Well, I don't know if it was unique. I just think tonight they executed it. I kept saying on TV, they played a really clean game. And they got a great kicker, too, now, so they got a special teams weapon there. But I just felt like they played clean. They didn't make any mistakes. And a couple times when they gave Chamblee an opportunity to get back in the game, they just kind of shut that door. And, this part of the year, you start seeing teams play complete games. Offense, defense, special teams, I thought they ran well. I thought they tackled. But I thought early on their offensive line kind of took control of that game, and that wound up being, to me, kind of the telling story of what was going to happen over the next 4 quarters.
And Rusty, Coach Schmitz was talking about how he feels like his team's playing great complementary football right now. The run game's obviously helping the Dunwoody defense, but what did you see from the Wildcats defensively tonight?
Well, they run the ball, and I kept telling Brandon, I said, man, when you watch them, every time Chamblee, I thought, just kind of athletically, I thought Chamblee, was a little more twitchy than them. But what I liked about Dunwoody defensively, they ran to the football. Every time you saw somebody with a Chamblee, a Chamblee jersey on, there was 2 or 3 white hats around them. They were physical. I gave the defensive MVP to Jack Abbott, number 44. I heard the story. He didn't play last year. He was a baseball kid, came back out, and the coaches were like, they really liked that he came back out. He wanted to play football this year, and he had a great game. But there could have been 2 or 3 other players certainly worthy of that, worthy of that honor tonight. But I thought overall, defensively, they were pretty physical, and they ran to the football. Really sound team tonight.
And then, Rusty, looking at that Chamblee team, what can you really take away from this game, especially a week before a do-or-die game next week against Arabian Mountain that will decide their playoff hopes?
Yeah, young team, a lot of sophomores, sophomore quarterback Braden Dawes, sophomore wide receiver Jet Lewis. Every time I turned around, it was like sophomore. And, you're inside that circle. You understand you got a really young team. You're not wanting to say wait till next year, but I think they know that, there's bigger days ahead. They got to keep this group together, keep them focused. It's almost like one of those things like, hey, let's take care of business next week and kind of steal a year. Let's get in the playoffs and see how far we can take this thing. But, I certainly left the game going, they got a young quarterback that can really spin it athletically. He took some shots, stayed in the game. But I think they got some bright days ahead. I know offensively they got some guys that I'm going to keep my eye on over the next 2 years.
And then, Rusty, looking at some other games across the state, I think one of the really big and maybe not surprising results, but is that Roswell-Gainesville game. Roswell ended up coming away with that win. I kind of felt like maybe Gainesville had turned a leaf after beating what we expected to be a really good Milton team, which is probably their biggest win of Josh Niblett's era. What does this win mean for Roswell and Gainesville?
Well, you look at that, Coach Niblett probably had to tell his kids all week, we got to tuck that Milton win away. We got to move on. It was a big win. Let's enjoy it. And I guarantee you, he said 1,000,000 times, and I know that's they had the attention for both Roswell, but man, that's a huge win for Roswell. And you guys will talk about it more. I don't know what that does potentially to that bracket in that region, but man, that is an absolute huge win for Roswell and that program and their first-year coach there against Gainesville. And you start looking down the line. What if Gainesville's number 2 in that region? It's totally it's one of those deals that throws the bracket off when you have something like that. But all the credit in the world for Roswell to go in and win that game. That surprised me.
And then, Rusty, we have a huge matchup in the Wintersville Classic next week. Lowndes and Valdosta are playing for what could be a region title. Just what does this game mean?
Well, I can tell you right now, nobody's going to do any work from about Tuesday on down there. That's that's one of those games where it's one of those games, and I'm like, how the heck have I never been to that game? You know what I mean? 17 years in the business, and I thought for sure I would see Valdosta Lowndes. It's special. I don't know if there's a bigger game. I don't know if it means more to any community in the state of Georgia. Historically, there will be 10 to 12,000 people there, whichever stadium it's at, and it will be, all week long. They'll be talking about that every single place, and you start adding in potential region championships. You understand with Region 1 is coming. They're going to match up with some of these North Georgia teams. So, you don't want to be a 3 or 4 seed out of that bracket, because if you are out of that region, you understand, even if you handle business, you got about 2 or 3 trips. You're going to be north of Atlanta over the next couple of weeks. So, obviously, a title town, bragging rights, huge game, but always playoff ramifications for something like that.
And Rusty, clearly this was our Hall of Fame game to set the tone for our Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame induction ceremony, which will take place tomorrow night. But for people who have never been to this event before, what can they expect?
Well, I mean, if you're a high school football fan, if you're an NFL fan, if you're a college football fan, and it's not like Georgia, not just Georgia Tech. I mean, this is like, we are really still in what I'll consider elite classes. You're talking about Cam Newton, Harris Barton, and Isaiah Crowell, and Kirby Smart, and Keith Brookin, and, all these guys that you think about, even in the 40s and 50s, it just doesn't happen. You don't get these guys in one room. It's always amazing to me because I'm up front putting jackets on people, which I don't know how the hell that happened, but that's something I take serious. That's a great honor for me. But I'm telling you, it's unbelievable to look there and see the talent. When you sit there and you look at like Garrison Hurst is sitting there with Takeo Spikes and Charlie Ward and Champ Bailey and Herschel Walker, and all these guys are in one room. It is crazy. It's truly special. And there's nothing else like it. You're not going to get a setting like that ever again. These guys will be in there tomorrow night. A lot of these guys live out of state. I talked to Harris Barton tonight, two-time Super Bowl champion with the San Francisco 49er. He lives in California, and these guys don't get back much. In fact, he told me tonight it's the first Dunwoody high school football game he'd been to in 42 years. So it tells you how special it is for those guys to make the effort to get back, and really look forward to it tomorrow night to meet these guys. And if you got a chance to go, I'm just telling you, go, man. You would not regret it.
And Rusty, I also just want to mention this Camden County-Colquitt matchup. Camden County started their season 5-0, but now this makes their fourth straight loss. They're out of the playoffs. How big of a win was this for Colquitt?
Well, every one of those games are tough, and every year there's always a fifth team in that region that doesn't make it. And you got to think, I know Craig probably knows a little bit more about it, but you got to think next year, does Region 1, is that one of those regions that benefits from the power rankings? Because it is going to be an effect when you start talking about those teams. And can a region like that get 5 teams in a 32-team bracket? It wouldn't surprise me. But every year somebody's out. That kind of surprises me. It is Camden County, but every single year somebody gets left out of a tough region like Region 1 from South Georgia.
And Rusty, I want to talk about 4A really quick. Cartersville wrapped up a 10-0 season, and then Kell had a huge win tonight, 45-18 against Cambridge. How good do you think this Kell team can be?
Well, they've been banged up all year, and I'm telling you now, it's scary for 4A. You start getting if Kell starts getting I know people talk about Creekside. I know people talk about Cartersville. I know people talk about Blessed Trinity and all these schools, and North Oconee, obviously. But I'm telling you right now, if Kell gets all their pieces back and they are healthy, that's going to be one of those games. That's going to be one of those teams. I'm excited. I'm as excited about 4A as I am any bracket. Like that is as deep as it possibly can be. And I'll tell you right now, that Creekside and Cartersville and North Oconee and all those schools and probably Kell, they can play with anybody. They can play with any classification. So it's going to be wide open. I'm excited about that 4A bracket.
Again, that was Georgia High School football analyst Rusty Manziel. Rusty, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow night.
Thanks, guys. See you tomorrow.
We'll be right back after this short break with more of the Georgia High School postgame show. Stay tuned.
Think of all the places that could expose you to identity theft and financial loss. It only takes one mistake at your bank, hospital, or employer for a criminal to gain access to your personal information. And if they do, you and your money are at risk.
$110,000 of my hard-earned money gone.
With LifeLock, if your identity is compromised, we'll step in and fix it so you don't have to. Guaranteed. Our dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialists handle your case from start to finish. They contact institutions on your behalf, dispute fraudulent charges, and more. In fact, we're so confident that restoration is guaranteed. Plus, LifeLock offers the $1 Million Protection Package with coverage up to $3 million.
When I opened my mail and I had a check from LifeLock, they made me whole.
Call now or go online and use promo code 35OFF to save 35% off an annual plan for your first year. Enroll now.
You love football. We get it. And Good Morning Football Overtime says,
bring it on! You tell them, KB!
As we break down the game from every player to every team, with exclusive access on and off the field. So yeah, unleash your fandom.
Roar indeed.
Because football never stops.
Weekdays at 10 on Peachtree Sports Network.
This is the home of the GOATs, Friday Night Lights, and home of the Ballers. This is home of the Gamers. Peachtree Sports Network is the home of the Hustlers and home of the Speed Junkies. The Peach State plays here. Atlanta's home of live local sports is Peachtree Sports Network.
Reggie Graham.
Yep.
Welcome back into the Georgia High School post-game show. We are at the Breda Pest Management Sports Desk, and now we will welcome friend of the show, Reggie Graham. Reggie, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thanks for having me.
So, Reggie, you were at this Woodward versus Decatur game. Woodward was able to capitalize, get the win 35-0. This actually makes their 5th straight region championship. Just talk to me about what you saw at this game.
I saw another great game from Blake Stewart. Blake Stewart, offensively, defensively, he continues to impact the game in all phases of the game. I saw a defense for Woodward Academy that was really, they were a little bit hampered, but they were just fighting through everything, and they were just able to stop anything that Decatur wanted to do. And Decatur started the game off a little bit slow, and they were never able to really get it going.
And then you mentioned Blake Stewart. He's actually a Clemson commit. What makes him such a special player?
I mean, he's a special player because he's humble and he works hard, and he has such great skills. Like, you don't always find guys who are really skilled that are also really humble. And just watching this guy play and just talking to him after the game, you just know what his mindset is and what he's about, and you can see it every time he steps on the field. He had a one-handed pick-6 interception that he caught with his left hand. Come on, you can't beat that.
And then, Reggie, how has the rest of the team kind of stepped up around him? He's obviously a great player. We saw what he did against Collins Hill earlier this year, but who else have you seen step up for Woodward?
Right, it is a team game, and all those guys have to step up. I really like what they do with the running back position with Joshua Isom and Prince Woods, where they keep those two guys rotating them in. Ryan Harrigan, the quarterback there, is really good. He had a 63-yard touchdown run early in the game. But defensively, man, they just work in tandem. Everybody works off of each other. They're all connected, so they know where to be. They know who's going to be where. So even if a guy is out, they still have a good understanding of what is the next man up and what he has to do.
And then, Reggie, I wanted to ask about this Woodward offense. They're scoring more points. They kind of struggled early on in the season. Are they playing better, or are they just putting up more points right now because they are a better team?
I think that they're just figuring some things out. As you go through the season, when you start off with Harrigan and you got Blake Stewart, you have all these, you want to get him the ball a lot. You got multiple really good running backs. You're trying to figure out how to get those running backs going consistently. You got a really good quarterback, and I think it just took them a while to kind of figure out how to mesh all that stuff together. And you can see, like, there's still some kinks in there that they're trying to figure out, but for the most part, they understand how to run the ball. They got really good offensive linemen. Got one guy that's committed to Eastern Carolina, and they just have a really good team overall, and they're well connected.
And then, just how does this team stack up to some of those other really good 5A schools? The top of this class is really stacked with teams like, at this point, Roswell, Hughes, Thomas County Central. Just how do you think that they stacked up with the better teams you've seen?
It's going to be tough from Woodward Academy. They get in a matchup with any of those teams, they're always going to be the underdog, and they're going to have to fight. And they got some guys there that's willing to fight, and they got some guys there that's willing to work, and that's what they're going to have to do to be able to pull off an upset against one of those teams.
And Reggie, I want to ask about this Kell and Cambridge game. This was a region championship. Cal was able to get the win. How impressed have you been with what you've seen from their team this season?
I love Cal. I love what they do. My favorite running back in the state, Mooney Gibson, is there doing his thing. Like, I love what they got going on over there. It's tough to watch them sometimes because they're not as consistent probably as I would like them to be, and probably not as consistent as they would like to be. But when they put everything together, for these big games and these big moments, you get to see how they can win games and control games. And Cambridge is a really good football team. Like, they have a very explosive offense, so they have to be able to put all that stuff together to stop that team and any other team they end up playing.
And then just another outcome I also want to ask you about, Walton and North Paulding. North Paulding was able to get the win 44-22. Now this drops Walton to a 4 seed. How surprising was this Walton loss?
I think it is very surprising to see what's going on at Walton, but you have to understand, like, that where they play at, the teams that they play against, it's going to be tough for them to be in there every year, week in and week out. You got those other really big 6A teams that have, all this talent. Like, Walton's not getting a lot of transfer guys that come in that has a lot of accolades and a lot of stars. So they're working with this cyclical high school situation where every year it just can't be your year.
Yeah, and Reggie, it's going to be interesting because when you look at Walton, they've played Roswell very tough. They went to overtime with Marietta, but then North Paulding, looks like they dominated tonight. They're up 27-7. They have a chance to be kind of an underrated team in that classification. You got North Cobb in there also, but I want to move over to 4A again. Who do you feel like is maybe a sleeper team this season to maybe take the title?
But can Benedict team be a sleeper team?
I think so. They haven't been number one in the polls, so they've been hanging around.
Stephen Cannon is my favorite quarterback in the state. I love everything he does. I love his ability to throw, his ability to lead his offense. So I love him and that connection between him and Bubba Frazier. You know what they have with Guyton. You know what they have as a team and their history and their coaches and everything they have going on there. So I'm a big believer in what Benedictine can do. And, they're going to get faced up with some Creeksides or get faced up with some of those other 4A teams, Rome, who looked great tonight. They're going to get faced up with these teams, and they're going to have to play. But I think that because of the non-conference schedules or the non-region schedules that they played, I think they're going to be able to compete with any team that they play, and they have the talent to win all those games.
And then Reggie, I want to move to 3A. Kind of a shocking, kind of an upset. I wanted to ask if Sandy Creek right now looks like by far and away the best team. One of the few teams I thought could hang with them is Peach County. Peach County went out and lost tonight to Cairo. Is there any team in that classification that can really hang with that Sandy Creek team?
3A is interesting because I know Sandy Creek is a really good team, but there are a lot of good teams in 3A, and all those teams have different styles. Like 3A is a classification with so many different styles, and styles win matches. And they have to make sure that when they play their game, that Sandy Creek can play their style of football. But if they run up against a team that's going to load up the box and stop them from running, I'm a big fan of Doug. I love what Doug does. I'm a big fan of Stevenson. Those two teams play next week. I'll be at that game. I'm a big fan of what they do. And those type of defenses, fast, aggressive defenses that does fill the gaps and does make plays in the run game, could give Sandy Creek some issues.
And Reggie, I want to talk about some South Georgia football. Camden County started their season 5-0, but now they have 4 straight losses. They're out of the playoffs. The final tonight against Colquitt was 45-28. How big of a win is this for Colquitt?
Colquitt County needed this win. I mean, with all the clouds over the program, with everything going on with Jay Lamar, no one really knows what's going on there. I think that for them, they just need something that gets them back on track, that gives them that confidence, that kind of takes the spotlight off of all that stuff and puts it back on football, puts it back on winning, puts it back on the things that happen on the field, so they're not worrying about things happening off the field.
And then, Reggie, did you say you were eyeing that Stevenson-Douglas game? Is that next week?
100%. I'm eyeing that Stevenson-Douglas game. That's going to be an electric game. I mean, Douglas, I haven't seen the score if they've won tonight, but I know they're on a 6-game winning streak. It could be a 7-game winning streak, so Douglas has all the confidence in the world. I know last week they played against North Clayton, a game that I expected to be a much closer game. They ended up blowing them out. So I'm really excited to see what happens in that game.
Yeah, Douglas did win, Reggie. It was 31-0, and that's something Coach Pritchett said at the beginning of the year. He knew they were going to be young, but he's like, if we could just stick together, believe in ourselves, and get into region play, he feels like they're going to have a chance. I mean, how impressed have you been with what Coach Pritchett and Douglas has been able to do?
Very, very, very impressed. I mean, just looking at the team and the way they play, specifically on the defensive side of the ball. I love their offense, but their defense is just moved so fast. They got so many guys that all of a sudden, hey, maybe this guy's good enough to go to college. Hey, maybe this guy's good enough to go to college. When just last year, maybe some of those guys didn't seem like they had that type of ability. But when you start getting guys comfortable in their positions, comfortable in their responsibilities, and they can just play fast, you get to see what Doug can do, and they look really good.
And then, Reggie, I just want to go back again. So you were at this Woodward-Decatur game, but I mentioned that this is actually Woodward's 5th straight region title. What do you think has made this program so consistent?
I think it's the community there. While I'm sitting there, I'm talking to the fans, I'm talking to the players, I'm talking to just people around, and just listening to how they all stick together. And they had homecoming night tonight, and a lot of people came back, and you got to really see like the connectivity that they have within their community. And they're really, They're really excited about what they have going on there. Like, they have a lot of really good guys. Bryce Wood's there. I think he's going on a visit to Ohio State this week. You know, they have a lot of really good guys going on. Playing there, and they have such a great community. The families are there. The way that they communicate with each other, it's just beautiful to watch. Really, I enjoyed it.
And then, Reggie, I wanted to ask you about this Roswell-Gainesville game. Roswell came away with the win. I know last time we talked, it was right after that big Milton win for Gainesville, and you said one win doesn't change the culture of the program. Is this still kind of a cause for concern for this Gainesville program? They don't show up and play their best football in big games.
I wouldn't say that it's a cause for concern, but you are who you are. And Gainesville just is not as good as they were the year before. They have some holes that they've been trying to fill. They have some things that people have been able to pick on. Specifically, good teams have been able to pick on the different things within their scheme. They have a great running back there, but specifically, if you can shut down the running game and force them to pass it, then you run into some situations. Enough can't be said about what Coach Thompson is doing over there at Roswell. I mean, the way he turned that team around, him, Trey Smith, all those guys there, Wills Campbell, the receiver, like, they have some really good players there. The running back is really good. I really love what Roswell's doing, and I'm really excited to see this Roswell-Milton matchup. And I can't wait to watch this Roswell-Gainesville film tonight.
Well, again, that was friend of the show, Reggie Graham. Reggie, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
All right, thanks for having me.
We'll be right back after this short break to take a look at some scores around the state. Don't go anywhere.
A journeyman with Local 85, when you turn out, you can be hitting 6 figures.
Hey, I have your back, you have my back. We're going to do this together. We're one for all for one.
College just wasn't for me. Let's look into actual career jobs that wouldn't take college, where I wouldn't, lose money and all that. Instead of losing a lot more money at the end, why not make money and make more money at the end?
Hey, is the power off on this?
I don't know. Just take it off. Safety violation, unsafe work conditions.
In the construction trades unions, safety is our highest priority, and we train you to recognize and speak out on unsafe working conditions so that everyone arrives and goes home safely. Learn about careers in construction at GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com.
Basic combat training is a 10-week experience that will challenge you both physically and mentally. Each phase of your training will introduce you to new soldier skills, building and advancing them along the way. You and your fellow soldiers will work as a team to accomplish each mission, overcome each obstacle, and earn the right to wear the black beret of an Army National Guard soldier.
Customer service is everything in our industry, and one thing our clients love is when they call Breda, they get a live representative. At Breda, you get the attention you need and deserve right when you call in. Your appointment gets scheduled right then and there, and you get a specific time, no window of arrival. Our staff are your neighbors. They know what's going on in your community, and they're invested in doing it better.
Breda, Breda, afraid of bugs.
You may know Tidal Wave Auto Spa as the world's greatest car wash, but did you know Tidal Wave also has the easiest fundraiser? So easy, our mascots think they can do anything, like making the big play on the big stage. Okay, maybe just a dream, but it is a super easy fundraiser. Just sell wash tickets and watch the money come in. If your flag football team, school, church, or group needs funds, go to TidalWaveAutospa.com and get started today.
World-class training isn't just for leaders well on their way. It's for the ones just getting their footing. Seasoned pros learn through real-world experience. But so do young cadets. No other career path gives you leadership instruction that's so tested, so successful, so early. Decide to lead as an Army officer.
Welcome back into the Georgia High School postgame show. We are at the Breda Pest Management Sports Desk, and now we're going to take a look at some scores around the state of Georgia. There were a bunch of region championships tonight. A lot of playoff implications with these games, but let's just start right here with this Central Carroll win over Griffin. This was one of our pick'em games, and I said that Central Carroll was going to go into this game and dominate. Griffin was coming off of a win to Jonesboro, but clearly they were able to do that tonight. Guys, were you surprised with this outcome?
Yeah, well, they dominated. We thought Griffin was coming into it with a lot of momentum, a big win over Jonesboro, but I'm so confident in Central Carroll, senior-led team, and I think they are one of those underrated teams in 4A that can really make noise. They've just been handling business all season long.
Yeah, I think this is probably the most underrated team in 4A. They get forgotten about because they're not flashy. They have a lot of really good players on them, but they're not wide receivers, they're not quarterbacks. Even though J.R. Harris is an amazing quarterback, he's not the four-star guy. They come in here, I haven't seen the film, but I have a feeling they just physically dominate like they do so many teams that they play against. Griffin is a team on the rise. They're playing really good football. This was just more than they could really hope to beat.
Yeah, I think they were up 28-0 at the half. I mean, there's some other interesting scores up here. I think the North Atlanta win over West Forsyth was right there heading into this game where they could have just wrapped up the region title. I think it's going to put things in flux. North Atlanta, I think, still has to play Denmark next week. That's always a logjam. And then the Creekview River Ridge. River Ridge is 6-3 now overall after this loss. They play Lassiter next week. They could potentially win that game and still miss the playoffs.
Yeah, I think when you look at this, West Forsyth with a win next week over Alpharetta still wins this region. This is their first region loss, but it keeps Denmark's hopes for a region title alive. If West Forsyth loses next week to Alpharetta, Denmark is the champion. The other interesting game here is GHC beat Pickens. Pickens is a really good 3A team. GHC is a great team. However, what I will say about GHC has been playing from not behind, but in these dogfight games week after week after week. I really like to see them be more dominant. They're better than these teams. They should, outside of North Hall, they're better than every team in their region. They really should be being more dominant, but they're still a really good football team.
Now let's take a look at some more scores. We have Athens Academy and Rabun County on this slate, and then also Stevens County and Hart County. Both of these were our pick'em games, but Athens Academy and Rabun County, I'm not going to lie, I didn't expect this outcome to be this close. However, they were able to get the win, and then Stevens County and Hart County, Craig, I think we got our picks wrong for that. Hayden, you had your pick right. Just talk to me about these outcomes.
So when you look at this Athens Academy-Rabun County game, Rabun County, as I said earlier, is their views kind of skewed from 2 weeks ago. They lost to Oglethorpe County, a team that historically is not very good. This year, they're better than years past, but they're not great. They're still extremely talented. Ty Truelove, Reed Giles are both D1 players at that quarterback and running back position. They're going to put up points. The shocking thing is Athens Academy really put up a ton of points on this Rabun County defense that for the majority of the season has been really good. Now, Keon Standifer and quarterback Chapman are an amazing duo. I'm sure Keon went off for another
three touchdowns in the first half.
3 touchdowns in the first half. Didn't he go off for 6 or 7 last week? I mean, just another amazing performance. Then this Stevens County Hart County game. Stevens County is, I think they had a tough start to the season. They didn't play amazing. I think they kind of lost in that oh, they're not great, kind of like they did at times last year, and then they've come out and they're still really, really good.
Yeah.
Now let's take a look at some more scores. On here you have this Lowndes Richmond Hill game, South Georgia game. Lowndes was able to capitalize 49-23, and Jefferson and Cherokee Bluff. Jefferson was able to get the win 31-10. Were you guys surprised by what you saw from these teams tonight?
Well, Jefferson has been playing very well. They've dealt with, obviously, the Max Brown injury. That's hurt them a little bit, but they've continued to dominate and moved on from that very well. I've been impressed. And then the score I want to talk about is Carver Atlanta against Lovett, putting up 40 points on this great Lovett defense. I think Carver Atlanta looks like a potential state championship contender this season in Class 2A. They've been unbelievable.
Yeah, I think when you look at these scores, Carver Atlanta and Lovett are both really, really good teams. But Carver Atlanta, they've really turned over that leaf and are back to being a true state title contender. To be honest, I'm kind of rooting for a Carver state title. I'd love to see Matt Stewart figure out how they're going to call two teams with the exact same name. It's going to be that's just 2A as a whole is going to be a ton of fun. You got Rockmart, you have all these really good teams in it. Even though that Carver Columbus probably is the favorite, now with a team like Sumter that took them to the very brink a few weeks ago, I don't think they're as unbeatable as it kind of felt like they were for a while.
Now let's take a look at some more outcomes on this slate. You have Walton and North Paulding. Walton actually took the L tonight. North Paulding was able to go in there and capitalize to get that win, but then another crazy game, Roswell versus Gainesville. We knew that this was going to be a game to watch. Very, very close outcome, guys. What surprised you with these scores?
Real quick, all these games had massive playoff implications. I thought Harrison's win over Hillgrove was a huge result for the Hoyas just to boost their confidence heading into the playoffs. Hillgrove, of course, was the team out of that region that made it the furthest in the playoffs last year. That's a big defeat for them. Lovejoy able to bounce back from their Noonan loss last week with a tough, hard-fought win over Northgate was big. The Walton result, they've just been playing from behind so often this season. They went down, I think, 27-7, tried to come back. North Paulding pulled away, and then the Roswell-Gainesville game, huge win.
So when I want to talk about two of these games, I really want to highlight what Coach Stark has done there at North Paulding. This team's always a lot tougher to beat than their amount of talent they have on that team. They're always they always are well coached. They always make the right decisions. They never have one of those games. It never feels like, at least, they have one of those games where they play poorly. They have a chance next week against Marietta to compete for a region title. If they win that game, they're going to be region champs, I think, for the second time in the last 4 years. Really impressive. And then the other game I want to talk about was, can you bring it back up? Was that Roswell-Gainesville game. Sorry, I just had a brain fart. It's getting late. What I want to say about Roswell, this is how I'm going to start this. What that coaching staff and Coach Thompson have been able to do is amazing. They're playing with, they have talented players, they have talent on that team, but they don't have the talent level that Gainesville has. Now, on the other side of this, I feel like Gainesville should not be struggling to win these games. These are games that Gainesville should win. Yet, year in and year out, they seem to struggle to win these big games, and it's starting to get a little concerning.
Now, let's take a look at one more slate. I believe on here we have Kell and Cambridge, and this was actually a region championship game, and we've seen this Kell team all season. They've struggled with a little bit of adversity, but overall, they've been a pretty consistent team. They have players on their team like Mooney Gibson. They were able to get the win over Cambridge. How big of a win is this for them?
Huge. Kell's defense has been playing well, too, this season. We know the 3-0 win over BT, but when Mooney Gibson gets going, this team is very hard to stop. He went off, dominated this matchup. The other results, North Gwinnett, this team that has not lost since week 1 against Douglas County. Super impressed with a team that I think can make a deep run in the 6A playoffs. Marist is a big win over a talented Lithonia team to solidify their home field in the playoffs. And then the North Oconee Flowery Branch, that was a very close game.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight this North Oconee Flowery Branch team. My Falcons didn't win. They played really well, especially for the first year of a rebuild. I think, though, as North Oconee, you have to be a little concerned over their past 2 results. These are the only one-score games they've played all season. They're giving up more points now. I mean, 27 points in 2 games isn't a lot, but that's more points, and the offense just isn't clicking right. I get that Harrison Faulkner was out, but it really feels like since Kamari Brooks went out, especially on offense, they're kind of starting to struggle.
It's hard to believe that we are already this far into football season, but I'm looking forward to see how all of these teams do as we move towards the playoffs. We'll be right back after this short break with more of the Georgia High School postgame show. Stay tuned.
Saving money is now more important than ever for seniors. But if you purchased a $9.95 guaranteed acceptance plan, you could easily find yourself overpaying for very little life insurance coverage. With the $9.95 rate, a 65-year-old male receives less than $900 in coverage. For $10,000 in coverage, he would pay over $110 a month with a 2-year waiting period. Fortunately, with Senior Life Insurance Company, he pays less than $58 a month for $10,000 in protection. There's no waiting period, no medical exam, and he saves over $600 a year by choosing Senior Life. A 65-year-old female saves over $400 a year. Don't overpay for your life insurance. Call now to see how much money you could save with Senior Life. We could help you get cash back from your current overpriced policy. Call now to lock in your coverage and low monthly rate. For your free quote, call now.
Okay, going back to 1. This industry is my life. The Georgia film industry feeds my children, and it feeds my dreams, which are 2 very important things. The film community is a real vital ecosystem. You can make a living in it in an incredible town.
Real jobs, real impact. Support Georgia Films. Visit whygeorgia.com.
We're here for the walk-offs.
And that'll do it. Start the buses.
The shutouts.
Struck him out. 10 strikeouts for Strider.
The RBI singles. Double plays. Triple threats.
3-run home run.
The moments that make you nervous and the ones that keep you coming back for more.
As clutch as it gets.
No matter what your favorite Braves moment is, it happens here. Peachtree Sports Network. The Braves play here.
Welcome to Athletes Unlimited Pro Volleyball. 44 of the best players on the planet on 4 teams. The excitement and anticipation are over. Time to lace them up and go play.
We've seen some of the best players in the world come through these doors, but the overwhelming sentiment, excitement.
The chase for the championship is on.
Everyone has a ritual. That small thing we do to keep us focused.
What do you do to keep your head in the game? To drown out the self-doubt and help your mental health.
Because being the best isn't just about taking care of your body.
It's about taking care of your mind and mental health. Find the resources you need to keep your mental health a priority.
Welcome back into the Georgia High School postgame show. We are at the Breda Pest Management Sports Desk, and we thought there would be no better way to close the show than to talk about our Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame. We have that event coming up tomorrow night at the College Football Hall of Fame, but guys, we've got to talk so much in the past couple weeks about all these classes, all the members who have been inducted, but I just want to ask, what makes this class so special? And talk a little bit about the selection process, how these people are decided.
Well, I think this year is special because you have guys like Walt Frazier getting in. That just shows that the Hall of Fame is looking at the high school career. He obviously went the basketball route, but the selection process is interesting. So it's a 100-person ballot that gets narrowed down, and it starts with more than 100. Those players are kind of narrowed down, and then you vote on 32 of them this year. So there's going to be, 68 of those returning next year. Then there'll be a bunch of new nominees that come in, and then when you look at the ballot, we make sure that we put who's been on it since the inaugural year, who was introduced to the ballot last year, and then the board's able to realize who are they familiar with, who do they need to take kind of a fresh look at some of these new guys. And then I think that's why we've seen with this year's class, 17 inductees out of the 32 were first-time nominees.
Yeah, I think when you look at this class, it's just that we're now, 4 years into this, and we're still getting guys that are all like Cam Newton's his first chance to be in because he just retired. Kirby Smart's an interesting name because we think of more of a coach than a player. But, like, all these players, so many of them are all-American style players and are so great, yet we're still just scratching the surface of how many great players there are. The first class was amazing. It was so many Pro Football Hall of Famers, College Football Hall of Famers, but now I think we're getting into, while those are really important people to the football community, I think when you look at the guys we're putting in now, they're so important to these communities. You look at the two guys that we brought from Chamblee and Dunwoody this year. This is the second person from Chamblee to get in. Andy Spiva got in last year, but he passed away a while ago, sadly. But these two guys are so important to these communities and so important to these schools' identities, and we're now getting to honor them by putting them in our Hall of Fame.
And there are two teams that are being inducted this year. That's that Valdosta 71 team and the 76 Warner Robins team. Guys, just talk to me about these two teams that are getting in.
Yeah, that's going to be the most exciting part, I feel like, of the ceremony tomorrow. Just seeing who's going to come from those teams, listen to kind of their stories of being able to kind of meet up for the first time in a while, having a reason to celebrate those championships, those national championships for both those teams. I just think it will be nice to see them. Surely some of the guys have stayed in touch, but this is an opportunity to maybe reconnect some guys that haven't seen each other in some decades.
Well, and the other thing is they may have seen each other, but how often was it about honoring these teams, honoring the most dominant two teams in state history? We're going to put more teams in the future, but, I mean, when we talked about these teams, we were in those meetings. It was about, as soon as they said teams, it was those two teams. There was no question about any other teams. There was no, even Thomasville's national championship team, Colquitt County's 2015 national championship team, all Valdosta's and Warner Robins' other national championship teams weren't even in consideration. It was these two because these are by far the two most dominant teams in state history.
And then, guys, just talk a little bit about the importance of being able to have a Georgia High School Football Hall of Fame for players now who are able to look up to these former players.
Yeah, I think it's huge for them just to learn the history of Georgia high school football, what has made it special through the decades, the pre-war era, the 60s, the rise of the Metro Atlanta schools, just how all corners of the state have stepped up and how that overall competitiveness has just really sharpened the iron around the state.
For me, Monty Williams is the quintessential college or high school football Hall of Famer. This is a guy that still holds the GHSA record for rushing yards, had an amazing career at Commerce. They won state titles while he was there, but didn't do anything after that. He was a little undersized running back. He wasn't overly talented, but just had an amazing high school career. And he was in the inaugural class. He was with players like Champ Bailey and Herschel Walker. Yet even though he didn't have this amazing post-high school career, his high school career got him in.
We are definitely looking forward to that event. That will be tomorrow night at the College Football Hall of Fame. Thank you so much for tuning in with us here tonight, and we'll be right back here next week with more Georgia High School Sports Daily.
A journeyman with Local 85, when you turn out, you can be hitting six figures.
Okay, I have your back, you have my back. We're going to do this together. We're one for all for one.
College just wasn't for me. Let's look into actual career jobs that wouldn't take college, where I wouldn't, lose money and all that. Instead of losing a lot more money at the end, why not make money and make more money at the end?
Dang, where you get this car?
You need to join the union.
The union?
Absolutely. You can get 10 of these.
Union construction workers earn the highest wages with the best benefits and the most protection in the construction industry. Find your career in construction. Go to GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com and start your future today.
Basic combat training is a 10-week experience that will challenge you both physically and mentally. Each phase of your training will introduce you to new soldier skills, building and advancing them along the way. You and your fellow soldiers will work as a team to accomplish each mission, overcome each obstacle, and earn the right to wear the black beret of an Army National Guard soldier.
Breda's better at keeping termites out.
Besides the fact that we're sending a licensed inspector to your home, we're also using state-of-the-art technology. So we put those two things together to give you the best possible termite inspection Quite simply, Breda is better at keeping termites out. Only Breda protects your home with a complete liquid barrier from Termidor. Your rate is locked in for 10 years, so if live termites are ever found, Breda will retreat. All for free.
Breda, no need to be afraid.
Sometimes it's the little victories that mean the most. Those everyday celebrations that bring a smile to our faces and joy to our hearts. At Ingalls, we know there's no one you'd rather share those miniature, memorable moments with than family. Ingalls, all the ingredients for family.
We could have died, how serious that accident was. At the first, we ended up going with a different attorney. They were a smaller firm. It was a huge mess. When I got to Montlick, they were completely the opposite. They were just gold to me.
If you're an illegal alien, this runway is your future because you're headed home. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. If you download the CBP Home app and you safely self-deport, you will receive financial assistance, a free flight, and the chance to come back to America legally. If you don't, you will be caught.